Hello. Ratu sir, Wasim sir, can we start the session? Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
So all the presenters are here. A second, just let me. May I request all of you to please switch on your camera so that we can see each other and discuss things. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So we'll just, so I'll just check if all participants are here or not. Just give me 1 minute. Anyway, I think we can start the session, and meanwhile, presenters can join, right? Wasim sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Okay, so okay, great. So very good morning to all of you here. I'm Dr. Manasi Sinha, Associate Professor from School of Liberal Education, Galgutias University. And on behalf of the organizing team, I welcome you all to our ongoing 2 days international conference on reconstructing the self in the age of artificial intelligence, perspectives, contestations, and challenges. We wish to inform you that this conference is being organized by School of Liberal Education, Galgutias University, in collaboration with JNU Jean Monnet project of Erasmus program of the European Commission. Uh, in continuation of the debates and discussion that were deliberated yesterday within the wider framework of our conference, today we are going to engage with more pertinent issues and aspects surrounding these broad thematic concerns. We are very happy to have with us two of the emerging scholars in the field, Dr. David Lal and Dr. Abhishek Ray, who are going to deliver their own research work, and also will give comments and feedback on the presenters who are going to present their papers during this session. We are really grateful to both of you for your consideration to be part of our initiative. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to first introduce our first panelist, Dr. David Lal. Dr. David Lal did his PhD in political science from Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. He is currently associated with Indian Institute of Information Technology, Guwahati. He is working there as an assistant professor. Previously, he was teaching in the University of Delhi and was also involved in various research profiles like a research consultant, Research Development Center, Canada, Action Aid UK India, United Nations Development Program India. Dr. Lal has worked as a co-project director for the Ministry of Panchayati Raj and Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He has published articles in various research journals and research reports concerning the plight and rights of the marginalized sections in India, socio-economic policies, political representation of women, among many other topics. He also has been writing regularly for Indian Express and other news portals. Now, before I hand over the session to you, David, I would like to also set the rules for our presenters later on who are going to present their papers, that each speakers will be given 12 to 13 minutes each to present their paper. Meanwhile, if there are questions to be put up, all are requested to put up their questions in the chat box, We'll pick up those questions for discussions in the end. Apart from that, if any other queries, we may discuss it during the session if that is urgent to address. Uh, I would like to also introduce uh, Abhishek Roy. I think once we are finishing with David, then we'll go ahead with the next panelist. So with these words, I'd like to hand over the session to David. It's all yours, David. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Uh, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. First of all, it's a great pleasure to see familiar faces, and it's an honor and privilege for me to be invited in this discussion on artificial intelligence. I'm greatly thankful to Galgotia University and other partners who are organizing, and also the patrons who have thought that why it is evident to have this discussion in today's context. So I'm really thankful, and I won't take much time. Actually, I'm part of traveling right now because from Assam to Tamil Nadu, so I'm somewhere in between. So I do not know how long I will be part of this discussion, which I want to be. I have gone through the abstracts, and it is great that we have few wonderful papers, and I hope we will see great discussion and debates in continuation to the discussion that we had yesterday. Now, coming to this topic of artificial intelligence, governance, self, and also the surveillance, etc. I work in an institute where I teach a batch of students who are into making artificial intelligence. They are into Internet of Things, they are into blockchains, and we have repeated workshops where our students they engage with these kind of ideas. However, one thing they miss out is the role of social sciences and humanities, which they largely ignore and they do not take into consideration. Now, here I'm teaching science, technology, and society for last 6 years, and during teaching this particular course to the students of BTech and MTech who are engaged with this artificial intelligence, robotics, etc. I have learned a great deal of things, and I have also changed the pedagogy, methodology of teaching them because they are not humanities and social science students. Uh, and my understanding of AI and also the work that I do largely related to the marginalized sections, especially Dalit and tribals. So I would like to discuss few things in context to that. It is something which a project which I did along with my students in the year 2019, where I have taken the students and we have gone to a tribal village in Karbi Anglong district, and Karbi Anglong was a disturbed area. It is still very remotely located, and you will not find much scientific so-called modern advancements there. And that is one thing which I wanted to do with the students, to take them to a little far away and then understand what intelligence is like and how intelligence is. Now, as we know that yesterday also we have contemplated that artificial intelligence, it is something that is used in every sector of technology today. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it is largely related to the computational techniques. that actually are supposed to stimulate the human cognitive abilities. Now, the question is about that how much are we going to adopt this element to channelize the human cognitive abilities, and how much it is going to transform the most aspect of society, the aspect of humanity, and also the behavior that the people we have. Now, artificial intelligence largely relies on making sense of data, uh, and again, there are various modern social scientists have given a red flag or raised a red flag about the implications of automation. Today, what we do is, for example, virtual chat box that actually interacts with people, or types of different kind of robots, smart houses, where you can just clap your hand and you can switch on the light. Now, so how much the computer is taking over the world, from using smartwatch to smartphone, etc. Now, on the other side, because many of my students also work in the medical sector, and that is something where the artificial intelligence and also the advancement and also the creativity, applicability of artificial intelligence comes to be very, very significant in the medical sector in saving people's life. Another is about also in the restoration of historical and architectural data. That is something which is coming up in a faster manner, where the artificial intelligence are used to secure the historical data, archival files, and also restoring and also using those parts. Now I will just go back to the Second World War period, where people like Hannah Arendt and others have worked on the usage of machines to actually target a community in Germany, especially the Jews, executing people. And also, I would also take examples from Agamben, where Agamben is actually saying that how there was a time we used to humanize animals. We used to treat and think that we are going to make animals equivalent to humans. And in today's context, what we are seeing with this use of artificial intelligence and other Internet of Things, etc., etc., where we are trying to animalize the humans. Now, that is something which is coming up in a big way. Taking this, context, that is the project that we were doing, finding artificial intelligence in Karbi Anglong village, and it is a project that was done in Bokajang, to find out the role of indigenous system and indigenous knowledge, and also their intelligence, how they are securing their culture, history, and also living a very simpler life, which are not sophisticated, but it is very simple. But on the other side, how much uh, compassion, human elements are present in that village. And that was the attempt of this project, where I wanted to take the students to these villages and try to find that what kind of technologies that they do. Now, when I asked the students to make the research tools, an interview schedule that they were supposed to prepare, they were including everything that they are aware about in the city or in the town. For example, smartwatch to smartphones to smart TVs, etc., at their home in that village. And they were astonished to find that when they arrived in that Karbi Anglong village, uh, hardly they found electricity, regular electric supply. And that is something, the first thing that actually they got aware about how much technology they might be having. And once they entered into the village, then they realized that how much they are away from these modern technologies. Now, there are, I mean, it is a big report. I do not want to dwell much into the details of the report. However, one thing that they could compare, because the same study that we did in Guwahati as well, and Guwahati is one of the biggest city in the entire Northeast. And there is one thing that they have found, that the artificial intelligence and the indigenous knowledge that is used by the tribal communities, and also the knowledge that is used by the people in the cities, are absolutely different. And there is an erosion of compassion and also the human empathy and sympathies. That is something that was almost that was not there. And also about the when we interacted with the tribals, the first thing they questioned was, why do we require artificial intelligence when we have our own human intelligence? Now, how long that will remain is something to be seen. Now, this is also in the context of the significance of the current government, that is the Digital India, or especially in the Northeast, the Assam government is trying to transform these tribal villages into smart villages. Now, that is another thing where the artificial intelligence is something that they are going to use, similar to Triple IT Raipur. I do not know how many of you have heard this project that they are executing for last 2 years in a Chhattisgarh village, where they are aiming to make the tribals self-dependent and also empowered, using the artificial intelligence, addressing the daily needs of healthcare and agricultural practices. Now, what the project is doing there is it is monitoring the behavior of the tribals. And as we know that Chhattisgarh is one place where um there is internal conflict that is going on. The idea of autonomy and also self dependence, self determination is something that is going on there. So the when we are talking about the issue of governance and also using artificial intelligence, so gathering the data, inferring, and also using that in the decision making process, employing various application domains, is something which is very crucial for us to understand when we are talking about the usage and also applicability of artificial intelligence in these areas. Another thing what they are planning to do and they are executing is, how this tribal village will be converted into a smart full grown village. Smart full grown village, what do we mean by smart full grown village? That is not something it is adequately specified. Now, taking the clues from the project that is going on in Chhattisgarh, even in the state of Assam, whether it is the Bodo regions, autonomous regions, territorial regions, and also the Karbi Anglong autonomous regions, the similar kind of project is being pushed, that how we can use the artificial intelligence to gather the data. And also it is something that is uh, largely used to monitor the tribals who are otherwise quite away from the modern governance system, and also away from the eye of the state. As we are aware about that, these areas like Karbi Anglong, where during the British period it was located as excluded areas, and even after many years of independence, these areas were excluded from the the policy making, administration, etc. Now, how this artificial intelligence is going to act in favor of the tribals, or whether it is going to be just used for the policy implementation process, governance process, or is it going to give them autonomy and also self-determination which they are seeking, because the implementers of these artificial intelligence are largely from the non-tribal people who are going there and implementing these projects, and how far that is going to act as a boon for the tribals in the days to come. That is something that we have to think about. Whether these are matters of a concern, that is also something that we have to see in the days to come, that how much intervention of technology and artificial intelligence is going to rob the local indigenous knowledge and practices, that is already which they are carrying for thousands of years, and how much that is going to change. Now, these projects, when I'm talking about the project that is happening in Assam or the project that is happening in Chhattisgarh, it is very similar to the project that is happening, and it is funded by the United Nations in the state of America, the United States of America, and they are also using a similar kind of strategy where they are saying that the artificial intelligence are going to give them more rights and autonomy, and they will help us in protecting the wildlife and also the forest areas. Now, the same kind of tool and applications are being used in the context of Karbi Anglong, the Bodo, Kokrajhar regions, and the regions in Manipur. Those are all regions where the minings are something, a new thing that is going on. So when they are using artificial intelligence, it is mostly used for the state development process, projects, rather than the tribal development projects. So that is something, which I would conclude on. And I'm hoping that the papers that we have in this particular session are going to take this conversation forward, that how much the artificial intelligence is going to be used in the process of governance, and how much that is going to yield benefit to the people for which it is supposed to be used. So with these words, I will just conclude my thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you, Dr.
much.
Mansi.
Yes, thank you so much, David. And we're really happy to know that you're working on this area of like particularly with respect of AI in this tribal related area, tribal areas. So definitely we are going to have more points to discuss in the end. So I'm not going to interrupt here. So I hope a lot of issues will come up in the end to discuss on this. If you can bear with us some more time. I know you're traveling. Now moving on to our next panelist, Abhishek Roy. So let me introduce Dr. Abhishek Roy. He is currently teaching at the National Institute of Technology, Silchar. He is the author of the book, The Vagabond in the South Asian Imagination, Representation, Agency, and Resilience, published by Routledge 2021. He is also a co-editor of another book titled Nation, Nationalism, and the Public Sphere, Religious Politics in India, published by Sage in 2020. His research primarily focuses in South Asia, uh, uh, but he has been writing in South Asia, Journal of South Asian Studies, Contemporary South Asia Inter-Asia Cultural Studies, Continuum, Journal of Media and Cultural Studies, among many. He has been a recipient of prestigious Fulbright scholarship. He also has been uh, holding different research fellowships at the University of Edinburgh, UK, Purdue University Library, USA, Center for Advanced Study, Sofia, that is in Bulgaria, Mahidol University, Thailand, and Pavia University in Italy. In 2021, he was awarded Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship for his contribution to academics. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek, for being part of our conference. Really looking forward to hear from you. Over to you.
Thanks, Manasi, for your kind introduction, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. Am I audible, by the way?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, cool. So broadly speaking, I work on travel and mobility, and what I'm going to speak today has got to do with issues of mobility. I'll take off from what Dr. Lal has just spoken about. Of course, the use of artificial intelligence, that is self-evident in the title of the conference. But instead of the marginalized section of the society, I'm going to talk about urban mobilities, so very far from what Dr. Lal just spoke about. So this, what I'm going to speak of today is part of a forthcoming book, which is also being published as a series by Routledge. It's called Post-COVID World: Academics, Politics, and Society. This is a co-authored book by me and a colleague of mine. And both of us are looking at how the pandemic has, massively altered how people move in the cities. And we are taking Calcutta as a case study, and we're looking at different sites, basically interview-based project. I'll speak on some of the key thematics that we discuss in the book. So the COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, has most profoundly and spectacularly unsettled our lives and how we view the world. Following the pandemic, the neoliberal state has placed on the vexed positionality of mobile subjects. And if you recall the kind of Arogya Setu app and all of those digital interfaces that were designed to, monitor and surveil mobility, has implications to what I'm going to say. So the state plays on this positionality of mobile subjects who are expected to give up their freedom of mobility. And this is a good thing, especially in view of the pandemic. If you, as a liberal citizen, if you give up your right to mobility, you are considered a good citizen. So the political legibility or illegibility of the mobile subject throws into question how mobilities are being reconfigured following the pandemic, thus rendering the pandemic foundational in recasting the cartographies of spatiality. And in our context, in the context of my talk today, I'm talking about spatiality, especially in the context of the cityscape. So the way in which restrictions upon urban mobilities have been passed in the name of quasi-medical remedy, and like this is something that I'll use the chat box and a little bit of self-promotion here. So I'm taking this concept from this article that I have already published with the same colleague who I'm co-authoring the book with. So here we talk about how like restrictions on mobility, which were especially along the lines of what Dr. Lal just mentioned, the governmental techniques, they were passed as medical interventions, as if we thought if we do not move, we'll be cured. So So mobility became kind of a, an access to how we looked at the medical intervention into the pandemic. So the way in which restrictions upon mobilities have been passed as quasi-medical remedy, for instance, illustrates how the governmental techniques polarizes mobility into categories of acceptable mobilities and denigrable mobilities. How people will, these are two categories in the sense that this a set of good mobility and a set of bad mobility. So this is a taxonomic practice or a classificatory practice that has come especially into being after the pandemic, and this has been rendered possible with the kind of apps and digital interferences of the applications that in many cases were designed and endorsed by the state. Such restrictions are in sync with advanced techniques of demographic control. And if you recall James Scott's work here and also part of what Dr. Lal just spoke, so they manifest into increasing digital surveillance on mobilities, a phenomena that has heightened after the pandemic. And conversely, the neoliberal economic order reifies speed and mobility. So again, it's a contradiction. So I'm trying to draw your attention to this contradiction. On the one hand, the state wants to control mobility after the pandemic. And on the other hand, if you recall Bauman's work, for example, mobility is a good thing to happen with globalization and, transnational businesses and so on and so forth. Like mobility is one of the fundamental aspect of modern society. So there's this contradiction I'm trying to draw your attention to. So from within this apparent dichotomy emerges a thrust toward normatizing digitally aided mobility, which has churned out a diverse range of digital apparatuses, often guised as public health technology systems. And Arogya Setu app will be like a classic example that seek to restrict, control, enable, negotiate mobilities across post-pandemic spaces. So the book project that I just referred to explores these recent interferences of digitally aided mobility in post-pandemic city. And of course, as I said, like I used Calcutta as a case study and their affordances in the light of the pandemic and how digitality as a phenomenon brings into being certain conditions of specialities that are otherwise illegible. I'll give you examples in a moment, so please bear with me. As post-pandemic spaces manifest as an emergent cartography of infections to be navigated using digital interferences like the smartphone. And I mean, if you are in the city, you cannot imagine navigating the city without a smartphone nowadays. And especially, I don't know the case in Delhi, but in Calcutta, for example, even the metro ticket after the pandemic was issued on your smartphone. So you had to have a certain kind of app to get into the barriers. If you want to take a metro ride, you have to have a smartphone. So unless you have and that was true of Arogya Setu app. And there was, as I understand, there was legal cases like unless you had a smartphone, you couldn't take a flight. So the smartphone becomes like, it's not only aiding or augmenting mobility, it becomes an absolute necessity. Like you have to have a smartphone in order to move. So as post-pandemic spaces manifest, as I said, far from bounded spaces, these are what I call temporal spaces. And this is a concept that I foreground in the book. And what I mean by temporal spaces is these are digitally navigable spaces that are transient and contingent upon specificities and exigencies of data availability. For example, consider the meeting that we are having right now on Zoom. I mean, outside of the specific time of the meeting, this space doesn't exist. So it's a virtual space that only exists during the certain time specified in our conference brochure, and it only exists within the community of maybe 14, 15 people who are meeting. So this is what I call temporal spaces. They are contingent to the exigencies and the contingencies of data availability. Otherwise, the space doesn't exist. Similarly, when you're using your smartphone to get into the metro, like that for you becomes a temporal spaces because the space doesn't exist anymore after you exit or after you are not using your smartphone. So how we navigate such data environments then becomes a metaphor for how we navigate the city. And I quote Michel Desarthe here from his wonderful work on the practice of everyday life, where he talks a lot about practices of mobility. And he writes, in modern Athens, the vehicles of mass transportation are called metaphorai. Metaphorai is the Greek word for metaphor. To go to work or come home, one takes a metaphor, a bus or a train. Like the bus or a train becomes a metaphor. End quote. So likewise, I contend that digitally aided mobilities has become a patent, like a potent metaphor of the spatial reorganization of the city. So departing from here, I aim to underscore the pandemic as a temporal rupture when the imagination of the city, as I said, is undergoing massive transformations. The new imagination of the city space is heavily reliant on data-heavy environment. It's not in contrast, what I'm trying to draw your attention to, it's no longer, the kind of older cartographic imaginations, like you take a map, like a north, south, east, west kind of cartographic imagination. It's embedded digitally with data availability and the contingencies of your smartphone and other such devices. So the new imagination of the city space that I have set out to examine is reliant on data-heavy environments, and the new normal. I mean, that is again like a very buzzword that has emerged after the pandemic, which of course has to be understood in terms of normativity and governmentality. So the new ways of navigating the city. So here the city is not a stage, and I'm invoking Goffman's work here. It's not a stage for action. It's not that that contains the kind of actions that you do in the city space, but it acquires an agency of its own in illustrating the uneven and complex ways in which a diverse range of actors, networks, and of course I'm drawing on Bruno Latour's work here, like actors as in like we, as in the people who are moving, and the networks are of course like very literally the networks, the smartphones and the optical fibers and like everything included. So I'm trying to draw your attention again to how both these two entities, as in we like subjects of mobility, and then the materialities of mobility, like the Arogya Setu app and the optical fibers and the smartphone and so on and so forth, they both acquire agency, and these agencies come together in imagining the reorganization of the city space. So the data traces that we generate from using these apps, for example, Arogya Setu, does determine the imageability of the city. That's how we image the city. That's a mental map of the city, the way these data, and also in this context, remember the kind of the health and wellness app like Strava, for example, and a lot of gadgets that are plugged onto your smartphone, and they'll monitor your heartbeat and so on and so forth. The health and wellness app also gives you like a mental imagination of how you navigate the city, in the sense that how much physical energy, or to what extent is a space navigable in terms of your physical efficiency and so on and so forth. So these are all mental apps, what I call the imageability of the city, and which spaces become thus navigable or not navigable in the techno-futurist imagination of the city, which is increasingly being imagined as mappable, gridable, segregable, and so on and so forth. So particularly in the wake of the so-called digital turn, they furnish urban enclaves by invoking new forms of territoriality. And I'll give you examples here. In Boston, for example, the Uber app is twice likely to cancel rides booked by Afro-American riders. I mean, it's a proven fact. I mean, people have written about that. In Boston, for example, the Uber drivers tend to cancel rides which they think are booked by, Afro-American riders. They tend not to take the ride requests. Some city roads, for instance, feature separately demarcated bicyclist tracks. Lucknow, for example, has those. The Google Traffic app offers user-based navigation solutions customized for cars and two-wheelers. That's a new feature that has come up in the Google Maps in the recent past. So it has two icons on the top, if you have ever noticed, like a driving thing and a bicycling thing. So it has different navigation solutions for bicyclists and car riders. Pedestrians and two-wheelers and cars. So it has different solutions. So in a sense, these examples point to tracing here is the question of digital divide. I mean, in the Indian context, especially people who discuss digital divide hardly ever step out of the access or the economic question. But also these are questions of digital divide in the technological sense of the term, which at least, I mean, I know in the Indian context, hardly people discuss that. These are also issues of how technologies are already divisive, so to say, and how the digital interference realigns the geographies of the city by furnishing enclavist spaces of mobilities or immobilities that are integrated into or pushed out of our networked mobilities. So the notion of placemaking immanent here thus warrant thinking through how discourses of digitally mediated mobility and that of speciality co-constitute each other amid the most optimistic political promise of return to the normal. Again, that's a buzzword that has emerged after the pandemic. I therefore ask, what is the nature of the normal to which we will return when it comes to mobilities in the city space? How do digital mobilities reconfigure the notions of placemaking? Which hermeneutics or which ways of knowing the city do the digital interferences foreground in such contexts? As such, the digital interface has become not only a window to our experience to the city, but as I said, like they are indispensable, they're necessity. You cannot move without those. They have become indispensable for navigating the city. In this context, the agency of the mobile subject, as in I'm talking about the person here, and that of the digital actor, as in the materialities of the digital, they imbricate to produce what Barad calls agential materialism, where the agency and the materialism, they come together to form a phenomena that which I'm veritably referring to as digital mobility or digitally aided mobility. So the ways in which the mobile actor networks imbricate in a moving dynamic system characterize the ongoing interactions of both me as a person and the networks that I use. In this case, like the smartphone, to be take the most precise example, alongside network mobilities achieved using digital interfaces rendered the city space subject to sensory prosthetics, and the city is perceived thus through the data that these smart devices generate. So they're perceived as an extension of the human form. So in the book project, I foreground the constitutive function of digitally aided human mobilities and offer an account of their emergence in the evolving city space in sync with the premises of the new materialisms and the affordances of the digital. So to like cut the long story short, I'm interested in the agency of digital devices and digital apps and the digital gadgets that we use toward navigating the city. So I'm not interested in the agency of the human as such, like that's the most commonly done work, but I'm rather interested in the agency of the material devices and digital networks. I seek to examine the changing face of mobility in such spaces to illustrate how the materialism unfolds within the ambit of what I just referred to as the digital actor networks within the city and the profusion of meanings and symbolism that emerges from these temporal specialities which are produced out of the digital. So digitally mediated mobilities are at the same time capacious and differential. I mean, they capacious in the sense that they allow you to say, for example, board a flight. You will be only allowed to board a flight if you have a Arogya Setu app. And then it is differential in the sense that if you, some people who do not have a smartphone will then not be allowed to board a flight. So in that sense, it is both capacious and differential. So in examining how digital infrastructures play out in the context of urban mobilities, I therefore ask, what affordances that the digital furnish in terms of the mobility, the conditions of mobility under the new normal, who does it enable, and how do people negotiate and maneuver digital technologies to navigate through the city space? So I'll wind up here. I think I've been hopefully able to explain what I'm trying to do in the book project here. But before I close, I'll give you like a small idea of the thematics that emerged from the interviews. And when we started doing interviews, we're interviewing people, especially commuters in Calcutta, for over 1 year. And then when we have started writing the book, and half 50% of the writing is done. And so when we started analyzing the interviews, what we found was really startling and interesting for us is the fact that, most of the existing literature that we have, they talk about the restrictive aspect of governmentality, how the Arogya Setu app, for example, is being used as a tool for governmentality and surveillance, increasing surveillance, and so on and so forth. We do not doubt that, of course, that is like the macro picture of things. But then when we started analyzing the interviews, what we found most interesting was especially the bicyclists. They were also talking about how they had proxy apps developed, and they were being used to circumnavigate the restrictions that was imposed by Arogya Setu and other such apps. So one of the chapters, for example, in the book looks at how some of these urban spaces were rather illegally or quasi-legally used, to circumnavigate the different restrictions on mobility that came after the pandemic. So how people use digital technologies to bypass. So in other words, what I'm trying to refer to is the same technologies that the state uses to restrict mobility is actually used by the citizens and the bicyclists to turn the table on the government. And they use the very same technology to circumnavigate, especially what the governmental technologies do. So that's one of our chapters. So I'll close my discussion here, and I'm happy to answer if you have any questions or clarifications. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek, for your insightful thought here. And I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion in the end. So moving on again with our next participant, Mr. Satyabrata Sahu. So he's with us here to present his paper. Mr. Satyabrata Sahu is an independent researcher, and he is going to present his paper on artificial intelligence and machines in a hybrid social system, the socio-ethical regulation. So I welcome Satyabrata to present your paper here. Thank you so much. Now, please continue, Satyabrata. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for a beautiful introduction. Just a minute, I should share my screen. Okay, I couldn't be able to share. Just a minute. Some issues. Yeah, got it.
Satyabrit Sahu, if you are not able to share by yourself, you can put it in the chat box. I'll download it from there and share on the screen.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying again. Just a minute. Mm, Because mm, just a minute. Can you just go with another panelist because I have having some issues. I'll be sending it to you. After that, I'll be presenting.
But that will not be possible to put you in another panel because this has been informed to our panelists beforehand.
Okay,
We
okay,
cannot,
okay.
and this is about
Because at
planning.
morning I was trying to, but now it's not working. I don't know.
As I told you, you can share with me. If you are uncomfortable sharing here in the chat box, you can email it to me.
Yeah, sure. Then I'll be emailing to you.
Just email it to me.
Okay.
Maybe by that time we can ask the next presenter to present if they have the slides ready.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I missed something. I went. Okay.
Yes. So
What is the issue?
no. Other than Satyabrat Sahu, we have.
No, I think we are not having the presence of remaining speakers here. I don't see them here. So,
Okay.
Satyabrata, are you not prepared with your presentation?
I am prepared, but it's why it's not sharing. I don't know exactly.
Can you please go on just without sharing? Can you make it? It's okay if you don't want to share.
Because it has some videos I want to show. That's
No, it's
the
okay.
problem.
It's okay. If it is not happening, you just make your argument. It's okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, so
or you can share with me on the email over email.
Okay. I'll just
email it to me.
Okay.
In the meantime, let's take other name of other presenters if they are present here.
No,
Dr. Divya Rani, are you here?
No, sir. She is not here.
Dr. Divya Rani? No, she is not here. Sir. She seems to be not present here. Dr. Lalita Mohan Mahapatra? Dr. Lalita Mohan Mahapatra, are you here? Ali Kaf, Mr. Ali Kaf? Okay, they seem not to be present here. So I think we will go with Mr. Satyabrat Sahu only. Satyabrat Sahu, I would request if you want to present, you have to email it to me if you want.
Okay, I'm just emailing. Actually, it's a very big file, so it's taking time to actually load it out.
Okay.
Just,
Satyabrata Sahu, are you there? Hello? Hello? He has left. Hello? Okay. Satyabrata Sahu, are you there? I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. So I think
we can give him a couple of minutes. I think he will join.
yes.
Maybe he's
Okay, if
mailing, so
it
therefore.
is okay with you, I mean, I think let us give him 5 minutes.
Yeah, we
Is it
are
okay?
fine. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
So
Is it? It's fine.
yes.
It's fine.
Yes. So we'll just give him 5 minutes, and then maybe would be able to know what's going on. Okay.
Or Manasi, if there are
Yes.
questions for Dr. Lal or me, we
Yes,
can
this
maybe
is what
open
he
that
has.
up meanwhile.
I was going to actually talk about it. So meanwhile, we can carry out a discussion on the. Okay, no, I don't see anybody else. Okay, so we can carry on with the discussion that already has happened. And if there is any query from anybody, Pratu sir, Wasim sir, or any other participants or audience, if you have any queries, please put up your queries. You can speak to our panelists directly as well if you want. Okay, so okay, so I have one small query to Dr. David. Okay, now we have, I think I'll put it up in the end. So we have one query from Fatma Daraksha. Yes, Fatma, you unmute yourself and please raise your question. Fatma, can you hear me? Fatma? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
So, Fatma, can you hear me? Acha, I think you have written your message here. So, can you please put up your question if you're not able to speak? Any other? Okay, I also see Satyabrata Sahu here. Satyabrata, do you want to present? Do you have your PPT ready? Or if you're not able to share, it's okay. You can go on with your argument verbally.
A very good morning, sir. My question to you, Abhishek, sir, is that how you have authored your book, sir?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Can you repeat
again?
that for me, please?
Sir, how you have authored your book, sir?
How have you authored your book?
Yes,
On my computer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so very.
Please share some stories regarding your journey, sir. How you have authored, sir.
It's an interesting question, Dr. Abhishek. That they want to know how have you like initiated your process of writing a book.
Do you mean the book that I have already authored, that or the one that I just spoke of? Like,
yes,
which one?
You mean? Yes, Fatma, which one? The present one you want to know about, or how he has started his journey as an author first?
Yes, how he has started his journey, sir, ma'am. Yes.
So, Dr. Abhishek, your journey as an author.
Well, the first book was from my PhD dissertation. I just trimmed some fat, and like that's basically my dissertation. And I trimmed some fat, and there was also some back and forth between dialogues between the publisher. It was a couple of rounds of reviews, sending the proposal first, and then they first evaluate the proposal, and then on the basis of the proposal they ask you to turn in the manuscript, and that's when you turn in the manuscript, and then they review it again, and that's how, and then they issue a contract, and then that's it. I mean, And of course, the drafting takes a lot of time. It's not as simple as I just mentioned, but then the first book was easier on me because it was my PhD stuff, which was already written. So I had a body of writing already in place even before I set out negotiating with the publisher, as opposed to this new book, which I'm writing from scratch. And also I have a co-author that makes, I mean, that is also a new experience for me, like with writing with a co-author. And also, I think the most interesting point in the context of the discussion of the conference is we are using a real-time app like a Google Doc. Like we are sitting together and writing. I think that is a new experience, a new learning experience for me. We are sitting on two very different places, and we are literally writing together. We are using Google Doc, and we are starting from scratch with all the thinking. We are literally co-doing it.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. I hope that suffices your
I have also one thing
response.
to
Yes.
like basically I would like your comment to Dr. Abhishek once. There was this scholar who said like Vito Econsi, if I'm naming him properly, and he is saying that time is fast and space is slow. And I am quoting him: time is fast and space is slow. Space is an attempt to place time and understand time. Space is a need to have something to see. Space is a desire to follow the course of events and to believe in cause and effect. Inverted comma closed. So about this space and time, I'm asking now. Now we are living in a we are redefining this space. Like space has got its new dimension altogether in terms of virtual realities.
Yes.
Your work also touches upon that kind of a space, like when you're talking about urban mobility and all. So
also, if I may add,
yes,
I mean, in the context of what you just read, the quotation, uh, the way that how we think about spaces in our imagination, space and time are no longer two different entities. I mean, the concept that we discuss in the book, and that is something like a part of the novelty of the book. I mean, I mentioned that maybe in the passing, you might have missed it. Like we call temporal spaces.
right.
Those ideas of spaces are only rooted in specific time. I mean, the virtual space that we are meeting, it doesn't exist beyond the timeline outside the schedule. In
Absolutely.
as much as when people use certain apps, and like this is like one of our chapters which I invoke toward the end of my talk, people are using these apps to bicycle in Rajarhat, which is a very, it's kind of Delhi's Sonepat, let's say. It's not meant for cycling. That area of Calcutta is not meant for cycling. It's heavy with urban office traffic. And if you look at the architecture and Google images, they have like skyscrapers and bridges and over bridges and things like that. So those spaces are not meant for cycling. But when the gyms and public parks were closed during the pandemic, people used apps to network amongst themselves, and they started cycling, where cycling is actually unsuitable or even prohibited. So this is what we are looking at. And when we started doing the interviews, we were so startled that so many people, they were literally doing illegal stuff. It is illegal to cycle in those parts of Calcutta, but that was a way how people negotiated. And if so, what I meant by temporal spaces is like people use this Rajarhat, this particular space for illegal cycling only during that time. Like after the pandemic, when the public parks will open and people will start going to the gym, they will no longer cycle there. So those conditions of specialities are only embedded in certain time. So in other words, I'm saying space and time, they have collapsed. They're no longer two different entities.
Interesting.
Any other? Thank you. Any other concerns? Anyone else? Okay, so I
David,
have
are you here?
yes,
Arjun,
please.
David, are you here?
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah.
Okay, like Your presentation was like it's really intriguing for me. You have been talking. You talked about Karbi Anglong people and how AI has been used to monitor their behavior, their activities. Uh, like, is there any precise example in the way they or what they have been doing, like as an application of AI, and what could they do with that? I mean, what is the application of AI in terms of capturing their behavior or activities?
In Karbi Anglong, when we started this in 2019, that time it was just a policy announcement or a project of the state. After that, we haven't visited the place yet because then the COVID came, and also I did not have the students with me. So this March again, we are planning to go to that village and find out the data that how it is being executed. However, what it is happening in Chhattisgarh is something that is available, in which they are largely monitoring the access of the tribals in the forest areas, using different device where they are claiming, so-called the claim of the state is to protect the forest from the illegal activities, and also to locate the so-called Maoist activities, etc. However, we have some kind of reflection from the field, from the IIT, triple IT Raipur professors who are working on that. So they are largely monitoring and also gathering data on the activities of the tribal people. Like us, Dr. Abhishek was pointing out that there was a state of exemption, during the pandemic period, where the state had an excessive rights to, observe, control, monitor the behaviors of the people. And as he said, we required a smartphone to board a flight, or buy anything. For example, I do not use smartphone since 2019, and I had a great deal of difficulty in buying stuff from shops, because they were not taking any cash, or they were and I cannot do digital banking, or online transaction using the apps. And of course, for many it was an astonishing thing that why this guy who is working in triple IT, which is supposed to be a technical institute, is using this particular phone. But this state of exemption, that is that was introduced during the COVID period. And as he also pointed out, good citizens, a civic act or a good citizenry practices is something where actually you are following those norms in a proper manner, or the instruction of the state. However, in the Chhattisgarh region, that is happening almost every day with this artificial intelligence, that the project which they are carrying out to convert the tribal villages into a smart village. So, and that is where they are actually keeping a track of every person who is from which village and moving to which village. And uh, although on the outset it will appear that the state is securing the lives of the people, providing them healthcare, practicing the agricultural activities, however, the other motive is something which is very different, and that is something which I have a very secondary information of Chhattisgarh, but I want to know from the Karbi Anglong place that how actually it is going on. So so the project that was titled and the paper was searching AI in the Karbi village. So narratives from the field notes, and that is something which, in continuation to the one which we did in 2019, we are planning to do that in the month of March, and maybe we will get a proper data this time. And recently there was an incident that happened where some of the Karbi people had a conflict with the Meghalaya people, and that was a border issue. Again, when this happened, there was blockade of that entire region, and again this has reignited the debate on why we require the artificial intelligence in these areas. And recently another Tawang confrontation that has happened in China. So again, in Northeast, such debates are happening, and the large population, especially in the city in Guwahati, they think that yes, these are good practices which the state is doing for the governance and also securing the lives of the people. However, they do not know how much that is going to impact the tribal history, tribal culture, tribal practices, their mobility, and also their self-determination. That is something which is very crucial, because these are all so-called autonomous councils. Karbi Anglong is an autonomous council, Bodoland is an autonomous council. So right now there is one party which is so dominant that they have even penetrated into that autonomous council politics, and they are actually have bargained from the local village councils and leadership to execute these projects there. So maybe in the month of March we will get to know some more details, and maybe I can give more answer then. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, thank you so much, David, because I think I was looking for the same I think I had the same query. Like issues of development, when we talk about, is very critical when we talk about, when we relate it with sorry, marginalized sections, particularly tribals in our country. So when you said that the AI is being used to monitor their behavior and all, so definitely this protest, I wanted to know about how frequently you come across the resistance among them, because they are quite protective about their own culture and the livelihood, which go stand against the mainstream discourse. So I just wanted to know a little more about it, that what has been the response from the administration, because this is very much pertinent to their own unique culture and livelihood. So when there are conflicts and protests are happening, what has been the response? I mean, is there any positive response happened so far?
See, for example, when we went to these villages, one thing that we noticed, especially in the Karbi regions, that apart from the salt, most of the people, they do not buy anything from outside. So they grow everything, starting from mustard oil to they weave their own clothes, and they are far away from what we typically understand is the usage of these technologies, etc. They have the indigenous technology which they are working with, and they don't rely on any device which runs on electricity. And that was quite startling even for me, because for me it was like going back to some 30 years back, when I came from my village to Delhi. So I had the similar kind of experiences, but now it is happening. But this is far more different because these are all tribal localities. And now another important thing is, like, for example, a policy like giving, housing to these tribal people. And this housing, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, is a construction of a concrete house. And these tribal peoples, they stay in the bamboo houses, and they use these concrete houses that is provided by the government for sheltering the livestock. So you will find the cows and goats being staying in those houses, but they always stay in the bamboo houses. And they even question the introduction of these the modern technologies through various policies. For example, there is a policy called as Yojana. Vandan Yojana is a livelihood entrepreneurial project. Again, they are very much resistant towards that, because according to them, that why we want to become entrepreneurs, because we have this traditional idea of community sharing and community life, communitarian ideas. Entrepreneurial is a largely a liberal idea. So why we want to become entrepreneurs? Because if we bring honey from the forest, so we share among ourselves rather than packaging it and selling in the market, right? So, and they don't even keep it for 2 days or 3 days, or store it, because they love sharing the things whatever they collect. And now, how much the resistance that is coming up from the villages, of course, that is quite apparent. But on the other side, the state is, you can say that, quote unquote, adamant in bringing these policies and implementing these policies and creating entrepreneurs, and changing the lifestyle of the people. And there is also penetration of different religious organizations, which are converting them into a particular religion and taking away from their culture, history, etc. Again, you will find different modes of technologies that they use to do these things. So that is, and there are few civil society organizations working, who are little apprehensive about these policies and the project that are being introduced in those areas. However, they are very minority voices, so I do not know, because whenever the issue of security comes in, then the state becomes far more important as an institution, because state actually thrives on the issue of security, rather than welfareism, right? So whenever the security comes in, the state gets more power vis-a-vis the people who are actually located in those regions. And COVID has also taught the same, how this state was behaving during that time. So it was an extraordinary time. So security reason always becomes an extraordinary situation, a state of exemption, as Foucault or Agamben would call. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Now, I would just like to once again ask Satyabrata Sahu if you're ready to present your paper, or we can move on with this. Satyabrata, can you hear me? Are you willing
Just hold
to
on.
go ahead
Just
with your
hold on.
presentation?
He had sent me his presentation.
Okay. So we'll go with his presentation, then after that we'll see. Satyabrata, please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Actually, I couldn't be able to get it actually.
It's okay.
So.
Please go ahead. Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Sure. Good morning, everyone. Actually, so this is my paper, AI and Machines in the Hybrid Social System, the Socio-Ethical Regulations. This paper has been designed to see the views of my perspective on post-tech imaginaries. So before I go upon, I want to pose a question because there are so many political scientists over there, over here. So what is governance exactly? So can anybody please answer it?
Arif, please don't. Satyabrat Sahu, may I request, please don't engage with others right now. Like we will engage at the end.
Oh, okay, sure. For me, governance is like there should be a central governing body, and where we can where the central governing body will govern others. So what will happen in a post? But when we talk about technology, it's a very different scenario we come across. Where we talk about post-human and transhuman society. So where technology is being merged with humans, and we can we are like imbibed with technology to understand what is being happening with society, just like what we are been discussing about Facebook, Facebook or Instagram or other social medias. Why do we need it to understand? Because in future we will have the cyborg bodies, we will have transhuman bodies where we'll be transcending our minds to computers or technologies or AI, which will be AI driven systems. So can you please go to next slide? Yeah. So we have to understand how machine understands us exactly. I have given you some pictures. Over here we can see that they collect a lot of data through our posts, through our writings. We can also right now like to see if we on our transcripts over here, we can see it collects data what we speak or what we do. So another way is linking our typings with captchas and solving the captchas, so that machine can understand what is a crosswalk or what is a boat, what is aim, what is C. So it helps them to understand exactly what is being happening. Please next. So with this, I came. We have a concept of digital panopticonism as being derived from the panopticon effect of Dr. Michel Foucault. So it's a technique for neo surveillance. Or like what over here we can see what we share the data. It tells about the behavior, what we want, like are we happy or are we sad, or are we impulsive with our purchases. So this data or this behavior redefines the machine, what a machine thinks about us. So how a machine thinks, how a machine sees us, how a machine interact with a human. Can you go to next? Yeah. So over here, I came across a concept of artificial intelligence and embodiment. So what is it? So when we talk about artificial intelligence these days, these are disembodied organs. But in near future, as we trying to surpass the Turing test to like create a world of AI which will be behaving like human and taking rational decisions, it is needed to be embodied. So how does it happen? We don't know. Maybe a lot of data is needed to exactly understand the human emotions, how human think, how human perceive their thoughts, which is being developed today also. Like There are certain examples, like we can take of Sophia as a robot, which has been given citizenship by Saudi Arabia. When she has been asked what do you want to do in your future, she just replied that I want to have a family, I want to have a children, I want to destroy humans. These are the thoughts they have been came across. But why did they came that thought? We need to understand that. So to understand these circumstances all over, like why do we hinder, or how do we get enhanced through technology? I came across a paper, Philosophy of Technology by Andrew Feinberg, where he defines technology as autonomous or human controlled or neutral or value laden. So when technology is autonomous and neutral, it determines the flow of society, like what we call as technological determinism. And when technology is autonomous and value laden, it determines the society as substantivism. Like technology over here, technology is a substance which encircles around the society to propel it forward. The social forward mobility has been propelled by the values of the technology, not the neutrality of the technology. So when technology is human controlled, we use it as a and it's neutral. We use it as an instrumental, like when we see like a plier or anything like electrical equipment. That's the thing. Over here, technology is being used as a instruments to propel the society towards its forward mobility. And it's the most important theory for me, like human controlled and value laden, the critical theory, which has been developed by Frankfurt School, where they talks about the human controls everything. So over here, there is some questions of concern. What syntaxes do we need to evolve public services of AI? We don't know. The public services of AI may be different from the what we are using it for now. But the syntaxes we need is like trust, the benevolence towards others, like other human characters. We need that syntaxes to evolve the public services of AI. So why do we need to regulate these machines? And can we regulate these machines? And how can we regulate these machines? These are like questions were far beyond, but philosophically, if there are so many papers by Martin Heidegger or Andrew Feinberg, where they talked about like if it will not control the technology, it will surpass us, it will destroy us. Please, next slide. Over here, I just want to show two videos actually, but I couldn't be able to, supposedly. Sorry for that. If we'll not be regulating the technologies, there will be distraction, which has been shown in very popular culture, like Terminator, or like there are so many video games, Cyberpunk 2077, Horizon Forbidden West, Horizon Zero Dawn. I walk around those ludic artworks to understand exactly how AI functions to modulate society, and there is a social interaction of human with machines and all stuff. How the technology is being embodied through human prospects, through human philosophy. Next, please. My final remarks there are three remarks I want to give. The error is the new revolution. It's a very famous saying from Glitch Feminism book by Legacy Russells, where the error will be the new revolution for the society, and it will promote a new way of thinking. And the recreation of self through different bodies, like regulating or surveilling a body will help us to recreation of self, like post-tech bodies, resistant bodies in technology. Then we have bodies of algorithms. Then we have bodies of AI, machines. We have a lot of bodies to understand to recreate the self. So another concept is regulation of other within the self, like whales, like what is happening with us right now. We see the AI sees others data, the AI sees a lot of data, and it regulates itself to enhance the experience within us. Like when we ask Google Assistant or Siri about how is the weather, it instantly answers because it has the data from others to answer the question of us. So these were the remarks, and thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Satyabrata Sahu. Finally, you had presented your paper. Thank you so much. So is there any queries that anyone of you would like to put up here? Anybody? Anyone else? Okay. So I do not see any further queries coming in. So with this, I would again like to thank our panelists, Dr. Abhishek Ray and Dr. David Lal, to be a part of our conference, and also Satyabrata Sahu to be part of the event. Thank you so much, all of you, to be part of this, and the wonderful audience. So before we close this session, it's just a small announcement that we're going to resume our next session at 1 o'clock today, as decided before. So see you again in the next session. Thank you so much once again. Bye. Yeah.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Just give us 5 minutes. We are about to start.
Yeah. So who are the participants? Let me see.
Okay. So we are going to introduce our panel. This is the afternoon session. We have with us Professor Manoj Kumar Jina. He's an associate professor at the Center for Study of Social System, School of Social Sciences, JNU. And we also have with us Dr. Parvati K. Iyer. She is a senior assistant professor from Center for Studies in Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy from the Central University of Gujarat. We welcome both of you, Professor Jina and Dr. Iyer. Just a second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Manoj Kumar Jina is an associate professor, and his area of specialization or interest is in sociology, science and technology, information communication, media studies, labor studies, contemporary studies, inequality, and studies of the marginalized groups. Dr. Parvati K. Iyer joined the Center for Studies in Science, Technology, and Innovation in 2010. Her doctoral and MPhil degrees are from Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. Ma'am has also held positions at IIT Delhi, University of Hyderabad during her pre-doctoral years, and her areas of specialization is in sociology of science and technology, and she takes interest in public engagement with scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, gender, and science in India, policy, governance, and regulatory issues. Her research publications have centered on these areas besides health sector in India. I would like both of you to start the session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So what would be the format?
Sir,
Yeah.
we have a panelist. So you can keep the time if you want, right? So in this panel, we have Monica Goswami. She is an assistant professor of psychology from Galgotias University, and her paper is on locating gender gap in artificial intelligence financial services. She's our first speaker. Then we have with us Mr. Vinod Kumar, who is a PhD scholar from Center for West Asian Studies, School of International Studies, JNU, and his paper is on locating normativity with objective reality of artificial intelligence. The third speaker is Dorothy Kalita. She's doing her master's in sociology from JNU, and her paper is on divination in the age of AI. We have with us Professor Debottom Saha. He is an assistant professor from Galgotias University, and he has written this paper with Ritu Srivastava, who is also an assistant professor from Galgotias University. Their paper is on anthropology of AI, talking with Alexa. The last speaker would be Tanya Goel. She's pursuing her master's in sociology from JNU, and her paper is on gender of trolling. Now, I would request our session panelists to keep the timing, and they are going to speak for 12 minutes. So, sir, and then it's up to you. How would you, whichever way it's convenient, you can.
Yeah. So, hi, Parvati. Yeah, this is Manoj.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. So I think the format is clear. I think we'll speak around 10 to 12 minutes each.
All right.
So then we'll start the session. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So shall I initiate?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir. Please do.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Poonama. And really, I'm glad that you people have invited, and especially I would like to thank my student Wasim. I think he is here. I have seen he was there. And I would like to congratulate to all of you to organizing a topic like this, and on precisely on the question of artificial intelligence and more about the science technology studies. And I'll little bit talk about some of the sociological issues, and precisely the sociological questions which is associated with this artificial intelligence, and the kind of what kind of discourse that has emerged in the contemporary period. And you need to understand the AI and algorithm technology, machine learning in the contemporary order. So as we all know that, most importantly, we all are the sociologists over here, and sociologists that constantly trying to analyzing, and they have engaged to understand the reality and the construction of the reality, what kind of the reality we have, the changing reality, and as such. And in that particular context, technology plays a very, very important role. We have seen over a period of time since the scientific revolutions onward that the technology has played very, very important role, and it's impacted our everyday life activities. So within this particular context now, we are talking about the artificial intelligence, and how this artificial intelligence is completely integrated. I must say it's integrated with our everyday life activities, and it's constantly growing, and it's extended its tentacles every space and place. That's a kind of important issue we have to understand as a sociologist. And this is we call it, as you know, that it's a kind of smart technology, and it can synthesize any information. It can synthesize any information. It has a capacity to computize. It has a computational capacity within a few fractions. It can compile everything, and also influence in any decision making. And then here I would like to see the power relationship, which is a very, very important component for all of us, and many sociologists, they are also talked about that. And we can also see the AI, rise of AI, and as well as the power relationship. And then again, we are also trying to understand this the emergence of these complexities in a sense of whether it's rising this uncertainty, and like the Beck and others, they have already talked about the risk, and Giddens, and they have talked about the uncertainty. And this is now, it has become a part of our life process. And more importantly, how all these technological form, they are associated with our everyday life process, starting from Alexa to the car, and from the work, the platform economy, or everything. So the important issue for us to understand this contested terrains, the conflicting emerging of this or emergence of this contested and contradictory terrain, and within the context of post-industrial society to beyond. And there is no doubt that the AI is transforming, and it is influencing our economy. It is part of our creative industry, and it is also part of our decision-making activities, and it has a specific kind of enabled tools and have a tendencies to impact our relationship and including the work relationship and others. So again, the AI is not a new phenomenon. It has its own historical legacy, and starting from the 1956 onward, it is evolving systematically. But in present phase, it has taken a new shape, and because the rise of new kind of intelligence. So when I was telling you that here we have a context about this post-industrial development, and with this post-industrial development, and many people, many commentators, they have talked about that the rise of technology and other things. But here I would like to see the technology. AI is not independent and isolated technology, but it is associated with many other technologies as well. For example, if you see Daniel Bell's idea about the rise of post-industrial, coming post-industrial society, where he's talking about how the intelligent technology like usages, algorithm, programming, model, simulation, and that's a new technology that will also help you to understand this rise of algorithm as an important process. Even the Manuel Castells, his idea of informational capitalism, that's also very, very important to understand the rise of information. And information as an important commodity, precisely when I'm trying to see and understand the data mechanism. Again, it's also Zygmunt Bauman. He will also help us to understand the liquefied phase, how it's another phase of development. And not only Zygmunt Bauman, even Shoshana Zuboff's two important celebrated work on the age of smart machine or the surveillance capitalism. And the surveillance capitalism is also much more associated with this kind of technological form, the algorithm, and so forth. So apart from that, we have a larger, for example, the different kind of ideas. If you talk about the bureaucratic model, new kind of infocratic setup development, and Weberian model. These are some of these ideas through which you can also understand this AI's development. Precisely when I'm talking about the idea of control, regulation, analysis, compiling, sorting. These are another important thing. Talking about decision making, and that's a one component. Even recently, that's one of the interesting texts by the Karthik Hosanger. He's also talking about how this algorithm, and the algorithm itself is shaping our lives, how we can study, stay controlled through this power structure, and precisely this artificial learning. I'll also talk about this artificial learning and the machine learning, because the theme of this particular section is all about gender and artificial self and learning. So then again, we also know how this many of these like Hudson is also talking about the rise of robots. And robot, in a sense, you have a different categories of the robots: industrial robots, agrarian robots, medical, education, soldier, everywhere. When I say that, this is phenomenal growth and expansion, and now the AI has entered every sphere of our life. That's one component. The second part, what I'm going to talk about, the idea of this learning and internalizing. What is this AI is all about? Because as a student of sociology, we are always concerned about this learning and internalization process. For example, in a sociological sense, when we're talking about the social construction of the self, we are also here, I am trying to understand this is the technological self. The technological self it has a specific kind of behavior. It has a specific kind of learning system, and what exactly this particular technological machine is doing. Why we have adopted this AI, for what purposes, who are the people they are developing this idea and developing this technology. This is very, very important to understand. Very important to understand this particular issue. And when you see on the basis of our existing sociological theories or the existing sociological literature, if you see the development of the self occurred through the learning, particularly through the socialization process. And whatever self we have, that we call the social self, and we have to internalize certain norms and values, and that we are doing. For example, the self development happened through the process of social interactions. For instance, the Mead will also help you to understand the formation of the self, like involving the taking role of others, or the Kule, the looking glass self. We have enormous literature about that. As you know that as a student of sociology, we know that, and we are aware about that. But here, when you're talking about AI as a what I call as a technological self or a techno self, what does it mean? That means here we are trying to understand this machine learning process occurred through the availability of the data, availability of information, and availability. A person is producing particular kind of machine. It has a specific kind of chip capacity, and that will learn. That's on one hand. And that means it has a specific kind of internalizing process. So it will internalizing certain information and it will behave in a particular manner. So then the question arises over here, what kind of data, what kind of information, because it's a hunger, it has the AI machine, for example, if you see in a larger sense, it has a certain kind of hunger, not hunger, it's a hunger about data, hunger about information. When he'll consume the information, he will also reproduce that particular kind of information. And in particular, they'll compile that kind of information. Then here we have to understand that who are the people, they are preparing this technology, what kind of informational access it has, whether they are getting a complete informational access through the internet and other thing. That is an important question we have here to understand. What here I would like to see through the process of this, the capital, power, and class. One can also see through the process of capital, power, because the AI is more importantly, it is also fulfilling certain kind of industrial requirement. Certain group and certain class, they are also using this particular technology for their own benefit, if you see the critical sense. So therefore, the AI will also reproduce similar kind of behavior, right? And the kind of self it is evolved, it will behave in a particular manner. It also develop a certain behavior on the basis of access, to the internet or to the information sources, technology, algorithm. It's a combination of everything, because that's why I say it's a combination of everything. So therefore, we have to understand all these particular questions. Again, simultaneously, we have another important question about the subject and as well as the object, notion of the subjectivity, as well as the objectivity, the notion of emotions, whether it is attached with the AI or the AI machine and other things. This is also important to understand. That's the second part. So from the gender point of view, because if you see from the gender and the marginal point of view, whether this particular AI techno self is capable to understand the gender difference or not, who are the people they are producing it, whether they have a specific kind of technology, specific kind of capability or tool to identify that, whether they are aware about the differences, whether they are aware about the pain, suffering, and this is another question. So here, as I said, this is a problem, and I am going to problematize it. But this is another question we have to explore, because we don't have any clear-cut, ready-made question about that. We don't have a specific kind of theoretical or studies about all these questions, because we'll all explore that. For example, if you see through the gender lens, if you analyze from this artificial intelligence, one hand, for example, take an example of this marginal and Patricia Hill Collins idea. The Patricia Hill Collins idea, for example, that learning, for example, the imbibing, internalizing, what kind of information, when I start referring about the race, gender, and relationship, precisely the Black feminist knowledge. So the knowledge is much more important. If you have an AI system, that particular, what kind of learning is happening over here, imbibing and internalizing, that's another question we have to address that. Again, the Dorothy Smith, she will also help you to understand the notion of domination. For example, if you're trying to understand this notion of domination, as I said, that who are the people they are controlling it, what kind of information they are imbibing in terms of whether it's a class, patriarchy, capitalistic modes of productions, or what she called the relations of ruling. Who are the people they are controlling it, how this particular AI is behaving. Then the third important component, it's all about the complex relationship, the matrix of domination. But the Collins has also talked about that, Patricia Collins, the matrix of domination. The matrix of domination that has also extended to every sphere. It's not about only limited to the particular locations. You can also see the domination, and control and multiple, operations and control of information on the basis of the hierarchical domination of power and control of the program and so on and so forth. These are some of these important questions that we have to address. Then the last part, what I'm trying to problematize here, the challenges, because as you see, whether it's the modernity project, whether it's the post-modernity project, whether it's the all the scientific project, we all are sociologists constantly critical about that. We'll also see that kind of the AI, maybe they'll manipulate the behavior, and that they are they are also capable to identify vulnerability of the human habit. For example, the mutant. We know in species we have a mutant, and the AI has a capacity that can compile all information and develop in a different way. That's another sociological question we have to address and influence the behavior. It will also influence the behavior. We have a n number of platforms, different kind of platforms, social media, even starting from the Alexa to Netflix and Amazon, everybody is using. That's influencing our purchasing capacity, influencing our behavioral pattern, and as well as maybe normalizing hegemony or reproducing the similar kind of capital or the bias and other things. These are some of the important sociological questions we have to address, right? So this is briefly from my side what I have said. Something, the problems and associated with the artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jena. Dr. Parvati Iyer, ma'am, you can start. Pratyush sir, we have to unmute. Ma'am is unmuted.
So thank you, Dr. Jena, for that very comprehensive sociological presentation. And the thrust of, I'm going to be speaking on artificial intelligence and gender interface through the lens of STS studies. So the question arises that how do we even begin to theorize about artificial intelligence from the perspective of STS? Now, STS, as you know, refers to science, technology, and society studies. Now, one of the central concerns of science, technology, and society studies has actually been how technology can be understood as a kind of black box. So as a black box, it needs to be unpacked in order to understand what kinds specifically what kinds of social, economic, political, or ideological patterns may be embedded within it, and how these patterns are actually shaping the design and content of technologies, or even the processes which are driving innovation. So then what we find there is, what Andrew Pickering referred to as the mangle or mess of, the technical and the social. So there is this intermingling of the technical and the social. So in this present context, when we are actually trying to debate about this interface between artificial intelligence and gender, what we are trying to do is to actually unpack this black box of artificial intelligence, and we are trying to decipher in what ways the content and its design has been socially shaped. So then, so from this perspective, you can actually think of artificial intelligence as a kind of assemblage, which involves people, which involves certain kinds of inscriptive devices. It involves a massive amount of data. It involves artifacts, technical know-how, or in the sense of, some kind of standardization process, social processes, etc. But as I said, the important thing to consider here is that it is a kind of mess of or mangle of the technical and the social. And this interlinking of the technical and the social happens in, a variety of ways. It is extremely complex, and of course, it varies according to the context. So in that sense, just to give you an example, one can even think of an algorithm as an assemblage. Okay, that is, you have a code, which is say situated in the context of an institution. You have a certain kind of know-how or protocols associated with the generation of that code. Then you have certain kind of artifacts, for instance, your computer. And then you have a set of social practices. So in that sense, also an algorithm is like an assemblage. And so what STS would typically try to do would find out that what is the content of these algorithms. See, if you look at the transition, which has happened in science and technology studies, just to be clear. So early studies of science and technology focused on the organizational aspect, or it actually focused only on the impact of technology. But if you look at the way the STS tradition has emerged, the STS tradition has actually focused on trying to, understand what is the content of technologies, who are the agents, or who are the relevant social groups who actually design these technologies. So are they inclusive, or actually are they restricting certain groups to the margins? So one can understand the algorithm in this context, and one can try to figure out, one can try to unpack what is the content of these algorithms, and what are the ways in which these algorithms have been designed, and what are the political, economic, ideological, and cultural patterns which are encoded within them. Now, it is from this broad framework, of course, that STS scholars and even feminist studies of SNT have actually dealt with the gender question in SNT. Of course, there are several approaches. You have the social shaping of technology approach by Pinch and Weicker. You have the actor network approach of Latour. You have, the critical theory approach of Andrew Feinberg. So there are a variety of approaches, but there are these central ideas which, in a sense, hold these approaches together. Now, if we are looking at the gender question in SNT, now typically there has been this association of technology with masculinity, which is, of course, as Sir also pointed out, it is an outcome of our patriarchal social structures. So in that context, men are viewed as having some kind of a natural affinity with technology, whereas in this frame, women are supposed to either avoid it or dislike it. So again, if you see how the social construction of, if you look at how technology gets gendered, so men, in a sense, are regarded as, people who are actively tinkering with technology. They love them, they tinker with machines, and women are presented as using machines. Women also use machines in the workplace or the home, but they're generally regarded as being disinterested in them. So you find that you have a situation where gendered social relations and technologies are caught up in this very complex interaction of mutual shaping. And again, what we find is that so there are also certain assumptions of gender roles which are built into these technologies, and frequently, and of course, you have well disseminated literature which talks about how women are either invisible or absent from the process of designing these technologies. So then, to sum it up, in a sense, the central concerns of feminist studies of science and technology are actually about or have been about the gendered nature of the technology, and also to try to understand what has been women's role in the production and consumption of technology, as well as in terms of contributing to the design of technology. So how do we understand these two concerns in the context of artificial intelligence? So Sir had made a reference to Alexa or Siri. So when we look at Alexa or Siri, these are female avatars which are actually, which have been generated to act as some kind of virtual assistants and companions. So how do we so in what ways are these gendered? Because what happens is that this actually reinforces the idea of women as being submissive or as being, docile helpers and facilitators. So in this sense, we find that the conceptualizations of this particular technology is gendered. Again, if you look at who develops the design of this technology, think of the data sets from which predictive models are developed or algorithms are generated. Even if you think of the hardware or the software or even the products, we find that mostly these are designed for and tested by men. And how are the men doing it? They are designing these from their own experiences and requirements. And in this schema or in this frame of things, we find that women's concerns may either be absent or they may be ignored. So obviously, there are certain gender-based data gaps. So if you look at, these models which are being, these predictive models or algorithms which are being generated, there are these gender-based data gaps, and women and even, gender concerns, they are either in the margins or they might be absent from the innovation process itself. And the data actually bears this out. Like, for instance, if you look at the recent UNESCO report which came out in 2019, and there was another report of the European Union as well, which looked into the question of artificial intelligence and gender. I think the name of that report was I'd Blush If I Could. It came out in 2019. What we find there is that only 22% of the artificial intelligence researchers are women. Again, if you look at who is the one who's doing the knowledge production, only 14% of the authors of papers on artificial intelligence are women. And again, if you look at entrepreneurship in artificial intelligence, again we find that women constitute only 2%. So generally what we find is a situation where gender stereotypes are actually getting encoded and embedded within the data itself, and these tend to get reflected in the output. And very often what one finds is that these biases are actually very difficult to decipher and unpack, because you see, the algorithm does not have the innate intelligence to actually tackle these issues. So in sum, we can say that whether it relates to access, whether it relates to knowledge production or even practice, we find that there is we find a situation where women get marginalized in the domain of artificial intelligence. Now, of course, if you look at other ways in which women have experienced gendering, in the domain of AI. Now, for instance, AI is actually both in direct and indirect ways, it is actually leading to automation. And so definitely it has an impact on women's economic empowerment and their labor market opportunities, because if you look at the workplace composition, you will find that majority of the semi-skilled jobs, which are actually prone or in prone to being automated, these are being carried out by women. So the risk of job loss through automation is definitely higher for women. So these are just, of course, there could be other ways, definitely, but these are just a few of the ways in which, I've discussed about how actually gendering happens in artificial intelligence. Now, of course, gender-based artificial intelligence systems, they can actually exert their impact in various ways and in different spheres. It could be health, it could be education. For instance, in relation to health-based technologies, you have a situation where voice recognition function is functioning very poorly in the context of women. Or if you look at education, the algorithms are biased. So, the hiring software is, exhibiting bias. And again, if you look at the sphere of employment, I had given the example of automation. And all these things get compounded by the fact that if you look at developing countries like India, women are already less represented in terms of financial inclusion, and they may even lack the means to even identify themselves digitally or financially. So then we come to the question of how does one begin to understand the question of intervention? Is there a possibility of intervention? Do feminist studies of science and technology or STS, does it offer any possibility of intervention to actually overcome these deeply encoded biases? Now, if you look at feminist critiques of information and communication technology and even AI-based systems, so we find that they have tried to synthesize ideas from STS, from gender studies, from computing. Of course, if you look at computing, if you look, there is an epistemological difference there. If you consider computing, it is following a positivist framework, whereas if you look at gender studies, it is operating within an interpretivist tradition. So when we, so in this context, STS acts like a bridge between these two epistemological traditions. So feminist critiques of ICT have tried to utilize the insights from these different traditions to consider what kind of interventions can happen. Now, one level of engagement and intervention has been, to dispute this idea about the neutrality of technologies. Now, typically, science and technology acquires legitimacy for itself by, talking about how it is a reflection of nature and, how it is grounded in fact and how it is value-free and so on. All of these claims have actually been dismissed by STS scholars. So one level of engagement, if you look at feminist critiques of SNT, has also been to dispute this idea about the neutrality of technologies and actually specifically identify that what are the types and patterns of exclusion which are faced by women in the sphere of artificial intelligence. Now, no doubt, sometimes this level of intervention has restricted itself to critique, and in certain other contexts, it's not just talking about the gendering of software applications, but it is also pointing out about how user interfaces are gendered, how, even the design of AI-based technologies, their modeling methods, their theories, their concepts, all these are gendered. Again, like just to give you a specific example, like feminist studies of SNT have actually pointed out how gender ideologies can actually be encoded in language. And this awareness can actually be used when you look at, when you try to understand the approaches in machine learning. So one can think of it as some kind of a degendering approach. Now, by degendering, what is meant is that there should be focus on attributing equal competencies to both male and female users, and also there should be a conscious move to upgrade women's work in the sphere of artificial intelligence. Again, there is also this understanding, feminist studies of SNT also offer us this understanding that yes, if you look at the way in which the technical and the social combine, or the way in which they intermingle in various ways, definitely not only notions about gender, and if you try to relate it to AI and gender, you'll find that yes, definitely the concepts related to gender are they are unstable, they are fluid, they keep changing. Again, artifacts themselves are unstable and they are also fluid. But nevertheless, what we find is that the design of technology is relevant. The gendering of the design of technology is relevant because ultimately technology has very real consequences. So if we think of so in this context, if you talk about degendering, what we mean is that you need to handle the design situation in a responsible way, particularly because sometimes when you create artifacts, you cannot even foresee what use the artifact would have. And so degendering is also necessary, because to remove or say to put a check on the gender biases already encoded in the technology. And again, in this context, if you look at the kind of engagements or interventions that feminist studies of science and technology have done, so they have also tried to take note of the kind of gendering mechanisms that have been identified, particularly, for instance, feminist studies have contributed to this domain of social shaping of technology. So there they have, carried out studies where they've actually identified what kind of gendering mechanisms exist. So the idea is that we take note of these gendering mechanisms and you must avoid them in future vis-a-vis artificial intelligence technology. And some of the interventions have also been in the form of deliberations at the level of policy. For instance, I mentioned about the UNESCO and the EU reports on artificial intelligence and gender. So basically the purpose has been to try to institute and to try to integrate the global ethical and normative frameworks so that you can prevent gender biases, and you need to implement these norms in practical terms, across different countries, across different organizational contexts, and so on. So basically, the idea being to ensure gender sensitive governance of AI technologies. So, of course, gender diversity also becomes a part of this, and intervention also implies that one would scrutinize the AI training data sets, the algorithms, and the kind of devices and products that actually emerge from this. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a wonderful deliberation.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful and engaging presentation. We do not have time, so we have to move on to the next speaker. We have with us Professor Monica Goswami. She is an assistant professor. She joined the School of Liberal Education as a faculty of psychology in April 2022. Ma'am has an experience of working with NCERT. She had done a program on women empowerment and mental health. Now we would invite Professor Monica Goswami to present her paper. Yes.
Hi everybody. I hope I'm audible. I'm audible,
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
All right. So my name is Monica Goswami, and today I am trying to present my paper on locating gender gap in AI-based financial services. So, okay, all right. I won't be using the presentation method, the PowerPoint method, but okay, I'll use my notes. So the first thing that I would like to discuss is what is AI. As of now, like this is a 2-day conference, so obviously there has been a lot of discussion on what is AI, what are its components, and what are, like, you know, the different components that are there. But just to sum it up, so according to my understanding, AI is basically based on a lot of algorithms that goes in there. And these algorithms are learning through deep learning methods, which means that, you know, they have the capability to learn from the data that has been fed to them and generate new algorithms as well. And when these new algorithms are generated, the new algorithms will, you know, rule the software that is there. And another thing is that obviously if they are generating new algorithms, so they are in a sense moving towards a more advanced AI, true AI bhi kehte hain isko, and they have a capacity to adapt, and also they basically, you know, produce responses which are somewhat equal or somewhat similar to human responses. So this is what AI is in my understanding. And financial services are basically credit offering system, mortgages, loans, like basically I'm talking about credit score and credit worthiness of an individual, more or so specifically if I talk about. Otherwise banking services and, you know, other MSMEs and everything will come under financial services. So I would first like to discuss what is gender gap. So gender gap is basically the gap that we see between male and female. Particularly according to my paper, I am looking into male and female gender gap. There are, you know, other spectrum, like, so basically there are other genders also on the spectrum, but I will be focusing on male and female. So gender gap is basically in terms of economy and in terms of political or in terms of, you know, social status, the difference that is there between a male and female, the representation that they have at the societal level. And this gender gap is an outcome of the gender bias that is there in the society, that is, you know, perpetuated in the society from a long period of time. And these gender biases basically kind of, you know, are resulting in gender gap. Okay, so this was a little understanding of gender bias leading to gender gap. Then we have financial, if we talk about financial services, so it has been seen by Women's World Banking, and there is a report by IMF also, that the financial literacy is lower in women in comparison to men. So basically, if you see, there is already, you know, there is a setback that is there already for women, because they are not at par in terms of financial literacy with men. So when we talk about financial services that are AI based, so we have to also see the aspect of the usage of internet, the usage of, you know, AI enabled devices, with the aspect of women using these services. So that is also there. The data is there that says that the chances of women using AI enabled devices is 7% less in comparison to men. So here also we are facing another setback in terms of women. So, you know, a lot of factors are involved in here, leading to the gender gap that exists in financial services. So next I'll talk about a case study that is there. So basically Apple in 2019 or 2018 started its credit card, Apple credit card, and a couple, a male and female couple, they, just to try this out, they started applying for their credit cards, Apple credit cards. And they both had the same status, like its societal status same and salary status same. So what happened, although the female had somewhat more salary than the men, the credit limit that was offered to men was higher in comparison to the female. And when this was highlighted by the couple on Twitter and other social media websites, so Apple took to it, and it started investigating that why this has happened. And they claimed that they did not even consider gender when they were taking the information for setting the credit limit. They don't take gender as a component of it. So they are basically gender neutral according to them, that we are not considering gender altogether. So then how come there's a difference in the limit? So what happened when it was investigated further, that the data set, as Parvati ma'am has also talked about the data sets, so there are loops in data sets altogether. What happens is, if you are not considering gender altogether in your data, you are just avoiding gender part, there will still be patterns that will be processed by the machine. So that is the part where machine learning comes. So we put in data sets into the machine, and algorithms are then formed based on the machine ka processing. And these algorithms are then, used to program the particular software. So what happens is, when the data altogether is avoiding gender, there will still be patterns that will be identified particularly to particular gender. And when that happens, so automatically the decision making that is supposed to be, bias free and error free, that will still produce the same error that was supposed to be, avoided in the first place. And the next thing is that is, obviously, as Parvati ma'am has mentioned, that a lot of people working in AI are more or so male. So the sector is more or so male dominated currently, but hopefully in future there will be a rise in that also, and female will dominate that place. So what happens is, when a person is designing a particular software, more or so what happens is, obviously there is a lot of pressure in working. When we are working in IT sector and IT companies, there are deadlines. So we just, when we are designing these particular software, so we need to be more cautious of what we are actually feeding in. And in terms of feeding in, what I mean is that the biases that we have personally, we need to be aware of those biases also. How minor these biases can be, and how they can actually turn out in the particular software that a person is designing. So another part that comes in is that when that software is being designed, there need to be a training or an awareness campaign regarding the gender biases that a person can actually have. And by being aware about them, you can actually stop them from programming it in the systems altogether. Next thing is that I'll just take a movement. Okay, so I've talked about collection of data, and I've talked about how AI, how the designing part goes, and of the third aspect. So I won't restrict to gender only. If AI can learn gender bias, AI can also learn other human biases. So for example, race. So there has been case study, and so there has been a case where race has been an issue, and an African American was denied of a particular mortgage, and even though they had the similar status to a white person. So that has also been, so if AI can learn gender bias, it can learn other biases also. So I have a very kind of question in my head today, this morning, when I was preparing for the presentation, that are we building AI to actually replace us? Because if we are trying to replace us, so then we are going good, because it is having those biases. It is not error free, and it is not free of those human errors that we make based on our prejudices and stereotypes. Or are we building, or are we developing AI to actually move to greater goods, where we can actually have a decision-making system which is free from all these biases? And to build such a system which is free of all these biases, we need to be aware of the biases in the first place. So yeah, that would be it from my side. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can please put them in the chat box.
Thank you, Monica ma'am. We move on to our next speaker, and then we are going to take all the questions towards the end of the session.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible. Just to give you,
Yes.
let me give a very brief introduction.
Yes, ma'am. So myself, Vinod Kumar, Dr. Vinod Kumar from Jawaharlal Nehru University. So my presentation is on locating normativity with the objective reality of artificial intelligence. And thank you, organizer and chair. Here I'm sharing my PPT. So yeah. Just give me some time. Yes, ma'am. So here, history and phases of scientific development and its impact on society. So if we see the evolutions and developments of human society, human have always invented or discovered some sort of scientific and technological advancement. And these advancement in technology and science have immense impact in society or every sphere of the society. So if we see the current phase of the scientific development and technological development is, we can see a fourth phase of the scientific and technological advancement, where artificial intelligence and genetic engineering is very much important and have far-reaching impact on our society and every sphere of our society. So especially my focus is on artificial intelligence here. So how artificial intelligence is basically impacting the labor market and other aspect of the human life. So here some photographs are there where robot or automation industry, how automation industries are working. So here we can see these robots are making BMW cars. And now here, this Domino's is partnering with the Starship technology to have its pizza delivered using the later 6-wheeled automation robots. So this news has been covered by the Brett Well in on March 29, 2017. So how even the delivery boys and delivery persons' jobs are being replaced by the Domino's. And here we can see a new security guard. How robots are basically becoming and replacing human being as a security guard. And here you see this automated sniper, where these automated snipers are replacing our soldier. So point is here that now these machines particularly are far more better than the human being in terms of their effectiveness and efficiency in their work. So one thing is very important here now in this age, how we are going to look all these development and how the effect of this artificial intelligence is going to occur in our labor market and other sphere of our life, where we are going to produce the useless masses. So whole point is here, in every stage of the history, there have been the development in the science and technology, which has influenced and impacted our society. But at the same time, its devastating effects also have faced some normative challenges and normative encounters there. So if we talk about the increasing use of artificial intelligence and automation is disrupting job market and significantly impacting the right to fair and decent work. expert estimated that by 2022, it was previous report, 85% of the customer interactions will be handled without human agent, with support coming in the form of chatbot and self-serving technology. So this news has been reported by the BBC. Apple and Samsung supplier Foxconn has reportedly replaced 60,000 factory workers with robots. One factory has reduced employees' strength from 11 lakh to 50,000. And this report has been reported by the BBC on 25th May 2016. So it was expected and assumed that in coming futures, this human work and human labor is going to be replaced by the artificial intelligence. But it's not the future, but the present. Here it's already visible, and somewhere we can see like these things are happening, and see what has happened to 60,000 factory workers, which has been replaced by the robots. Nobody knows about them, and there is no talk about them. So China is considered to be one of the communist country, and there it is supposed to be labor laws supposed to be robust, and labor the system supposed to be labor friendly. But there is also a kind of things are happening. So we can imagine where and in which directions we are moving. And here, as already I have discussed, so whatever scientific development has taken place, and whatever the devastating effects have been in the science and technologies, and these science and technologies have never been undone, or we have never been back to the existing empirical reality. So when we see how the invention of engines and how it led to the industrializations, and what were the effects of the industrializations on labor in that particular in the early times. So here one thing is very much important. So these devastating effect of the science and technologies has always been encountered or countered by the normative social values throughout the history. If we see how the devastating effects of the early industrializations has met with the critical thinking and critical thought of the different scholars, and these things have been manifested in different social movements like labor movement and others. So here, if we see the critical thinking of Rousseau's discourse on art and science. So what Rousseau is basically saying, whatever the scientific advancement and whatever the art development has taken place, it is because of the vice, not the virtue of the human being. Astronomy was born from the superstition, eloquence from the ambition, hate, flattery, and lies, geometry from avarice, physics from a vain curiosity, everything, even morality itself, from a human pride. The science and the art thus owe their birth to our vices. We would have fewer doubts about their advantage if they owed their birth to our virtues. So see the how the capital and industrialization. So here science and technology is very much inbuilt in capital and industry, how critically has been analyzed, and how critical thought has been produced by the Marx over capital and industry. So these developments of the science and art always have faced some sort of normative values of the human being. So here what machines can do, basically machine can do much better work than the human beings, and much sharper, very much faster and cheaper than human being in their work efficiency and effectiveness. But what machine is basically lacking, machine is lacking some intrinsic properties of the human being. that is which machine is lacking. Basically, love, empathy, creativity, and critical thought. So here, I'm ending my presentations. If any questions and comment queries are coming, and I can address them. Thank you very much.
We will take all the questions towards the end. Thank you for a very interesting paper on normativity. We move on to our next presenter. We have with us Dorothy Kalita. And Dorothy Kalita is pursuing her master's in sociology from JNU. Yeah, Dorothy, please. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Just 2 minutes.
No.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Dorothy, there is an echo from behind. So if you can just fix your mic.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're audible. Now it's better, so you can start. Let's see. I hope
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Dorothy Kalita, and the title of my paper is Divination in the Age of AI. First of all, I would like to start by talking about what divination is. Divination is the process by which we can get an insight into the unknowable, especially future events that can otherwise not be known through our normal sensory experiences. These can take the form of supernatural means to acquire understandings of the future, such as practices of astrology, palmistry, numerology, tarot card readings, Ouija board, etc. Traditionally, it was believed that individuals with extrasensory powers, such as diviners, were only capable of perceiving these patterns and being able to provide an interpretation to them, to the clients. In this way, the relationship between the diviner and the client is one of a dyadic form, wherein the diviner is said to not only interpret the text as it is, but also to do so in a personalized manner that caters to the interest of the client. However, with the coming of the development of technology, and especially internet, we find that divination practices themselves have come upon to be adopted into the internet sphere. And this can be found with the instances of astrologers using computer softwares to make automatic birth charts, and also with the advent of large number of tarot card readings on YouTube, which are not streamed to one-on-one individuals, but to a mass number of individuals at the same time. At the same time, I would also like to say that AI itself has emerged as a new divinatory tool. This is found in the instances of websites wherein users can now input their questions, and simply with the click of a button, the AI would answer the question, no matter how lengthy or how difficult it is. So now, basically, this paper seeks to answer these following questions. That is, how has divination changed with the coming of digital technology? And particularly, how has the relationship between the traditional diviner and the client changed? And what role does artificial intelligence really play in this dynamic? I use Stuart Hall's conception of encoding decoding in order to understand the dyadic relationship between the diviner and their client. So in this communication between the client and the diviner, we find that the diviner comes to acquire the position of a knowledge broker, and in that process, he decodes what is written in the tarot cards, for instance, and provides it in a manner that is highly personalized and suited to the interests of the client. He looks for patterns in what may be seemingly random or disparate elements and actually provides an explanation of the future or to questions that the client may be asking in a manner that is highly contextual to the social situation that the client belongs to. However, we find that with the coming of online tarot card readings on platforms like YouTube, which are catered to an international audience, the readings have become more generalized and not focused on a particular social context. These generalized readings are focused more on issues of general interests such as love, career, travel, and health, and are often quoted in a new age narrative of growth and self-development, which often caters to the dominant narrative preferred by the consumers of these kind of content. So one of the main philosophical themes of the new age movement is that of personal responsibility, which states that we as human beings are able to make our own history personally. So this philosophy is very much seen in these online tarot card readings on YouTube, wherein we find that earlier the responsibility of choosing the cards and reading it for the client was wholly put on to the authorized card reader. But with the coming of these online forms of divination, the onus has largely shifted onto the user of the internet or the viewer of these videos, who now have to intuitively select, not only select the cards, but also to relate them to their own personal hardships or to their own personal situations. These viewers have to ask questions as to why, what does this message mean for me, and why have I been receiving this message at this particular point of time. Another important change that has emerged with the coming of digital forms of divination is the role of the medium in the transmission of the message from the diviner to the client. This can be seen in a situation wherein the message by the diviner / the YouTuber, who are basically the same people, they now have to convert what was earlier this long message into a very different form, a two-dimensional one capable of being transmitted through audio-visual means to a mass audience. This can also, the impact of the medium can also be seen in the case of YouTube shorts, wherein we find that the long methods of divination that were earlier used to decide one's future now have to be compressed into 60-second shorts of videos in order to cater to the interests of the dopamine hungry and constantly restless internet user. And in spite of the fact that the transmission of a common standardized imagery is provided to all on the internet in terms of divinatory practices, we find that in spite of that, the diviners try to bring about a real-time communication with their clients, which is often done through live sessions, wherein the client can directly comment in real time and communicate with the diviner. But another important feature within these live sessions and these chat boxes is the option of super chat, wherein the users can now, through the payment of an amount, become highlighted, and in the sense that the diviners can then directly go on to communicate with them and reply to them in real time. In this way, a more personalized one-on-one communication is established between the diviner and the client in exchange for a payment of cash. Astrology has also come a long way from being a sacred science which is involved in the understanding of the interconnectedness between the macro and the micro, or the humanity and nature. But today it has become a tool for understanding of the self. That is, with the coming of psychological astrology, we find that today astrology has become highly individualistic. While earlier astrology was about looking into big events and into finding the perfect time for a sacrifice or a harvest, today astrology has become more about finding out about one's psychological makeup or hidden personality traits. This phenomena isn't limited to astrology alone, but extends to all forms of divination as well. The need to understand the self in these divinatory practices is a reflection of our hyper personalized world, wherein the need to sell our brand becomes of utmost importance. And this is also rooted in the New Age movement that I discussed earlier, which emerged in the 1960s and 70s, which was highly influenced by Jungian psychology that conglomerated the psyche and the spiritual consciousness into one faculty. And the very fact that New Age movement does not adhere to any absolutist dogma, by which is New Age philosophy does take in a lot from a wide variety of religious traditions such as Indian, Southeast Asian, Native American, and this very use of different types of religious philosophy is in sync with the contemporary spirit of postmodernism itself. Also, I would like to say that the self emerges out of this relational process of communication between the diviner and the client. And this can be found in the
Dorothy,
situation.
uh,
Yes, ma'am.
your presentation is unique and we would want to give you more time, but since there are other panelists, we have to also ask them. Can you just sum it up?
Yeah, do you have 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost done actually. Lastly, I would like to talk about how AI itself emerges as a divinatory tool that is in websites that can give answers to our questions through the interpretation of traditional forms of divinatory tools like I Ching and tarot card readings and pendulum. But this is very similar to the shuffling of songs that is done by the computer. And no matter what question you input into the device, at the end, a random answer is always selected. So while earlier forms of divination were based on and were rationalized on the basis of the unique abilities of the diviner or the power of the instrument being used. But today, with the coming of computerized divination, there has been a sacralization of randomness, so to say. And yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. Now we move on to the next paper, and presenters for the paper would be Mr. Debottam Shaha. He's doing his PhD from IIT, and this is a joint paper with Ritu Srivastava. Ms. Ritu Srivastava is also pursuing her PhD from University of Lucknow, and both of them are assistant professors in the Department of Sociology, Galgotias University. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to the organizing team as well as to the chair. So it's actually both challenging as well as equally thought provoking in the sense that the wide array of papers that have been presented so far and how to kind of situate my own paper in the larger arena in this particular topic, which is something to do with gender and AI particularly. So let me begin with a disclaimer in the sense this work is in progress and it's in very, very nascent stage because the field that I'm particularly working in, it's very new to me in the sense, like I've been interested in science and technology studies, but when we talk about AI particularly, it's a very new discipline. So it's like I'm looking forward to your critical feedbacks as well as suggestions to how can I move further in this particular paper. So this is a paper co-authored by another colleague of mine, Ms. Ritu Srivastava. So the title of the paper is Anthropology of AI, Talking with Alexa. I may read out. The very etymological history of anthropology necessarily talks about the study of humans. Anthropos humans, logos, studying humans. Humans have remained central to the anthropological inquiry. Yet, with the long journey of this discipline, exploring various interactions between humans and non humans, having said so, let me begin with three sets of larger questions around the fact which I will try to engage with in the following presentation. What is artificial intelligence? Has it been juxtaposed with natural intelligence? Or merely using the natural intelligence, humans construct more intelligent cognitive technological apparatus, which claim to be more intelligent than the so-called natural intelligence for that matter. Second, what does it really mean in the domain of anthropology, which has conventionally talked about humans? Does artificial intelligence really belong to the non-human space? Or there is a new hybrid space which transgresses beyond the human and non-human space? How for Alexa becomes a critical illustration to understand this hybrid space existing somewhere between humans and non-humans. How users engage with this technological device, imitating the human cognition, voice, typically feminine voice, and available till it is research. What are different layers of emotional interaction between users and Alexa? Why anthropology? The provocation as well as a challenge to understand the disciplinary contribution of anthropology, which historically was about the disciplinary study of human behavior per se. But drawing from the interesting article titled The Anthropologist of Artificial Intelligence by John Pavlos, if I may argue, even the very idea of behavior has been created around humans only, where merely the anthropological history was about the objective study of humans. However, human activities are not only about humans. So with behavior. Therefore, drawing from author's argument, if I may pose the question, does machine have behavior? And probably the answer is yes. The idea of behavior is contrasted with ideas like operation or functionality, typically associated with machines, mostly opposed to that of human behavior. However, the recent debates drawing upon Lothaриan framework, objects do have agency, where the Alexa, for example, not merely a static object, distant from human spaces. Rather, there is a constant everyday interactions which take place in various forms between humans and Alexa. Alexa is that of the friend who does not say so much, uncomplaining association of mind, jokingly says Megha, a research scholar in the field of literature at reputed institute. Megha's association with Alexa for almost 3 years now. In a way, Alexa, the automated speaking device, a virtual assistant technology bought by the multinational company Amazon in 2013. The virtual assistant technology, the historical account about the journey of Alexa, named after the ancient library Alexandra, made a journey from the secretive lab of Greg Hart and later on his technical advisor Bezo about how to capture human voice amidst the noisy room, to that of existing available automated device in the market. The story of Alexa was not merely about scientific success, but moments of frustration and screwing up as well. When the wires in the Alexa could not able to capture the human voices amidst the noisy room, not can process humans' intimate emotions and instructions. However, the continuous innovation in the wiring, updating sound database and algorithms to capture what humans even telling the device and how far the device was able to capture them in the process. In a way, Megha's uncomplaining friendly device Alexa was the outcome of failures, disruptions, and moments of frustration in the secret laboratory of Hart and Bezo. Coming back to the question, various stories about historically and how those histories connect with the present life surrounded by various technological apparatus in the form of artificial intelligence. Similar to the idea of behavior debate, the idea of intelligence is not merely about humans only. Machines running on varying algorithms and database constructed by humans yet do hold intelligence. Having said so, the anthropology of AI engages with the politics too, where the discipline critically engages with the fact that the artificial intelligence is not merely about making human lives easy, but equally stories of frustration, disruption, shock, and interference in privacy. Alexa says about my sleeping time, which was supposed to happen at 9 p.m., but the automated voice starts to instruct me instead at 9 a.m., usually the times I start my day. Confusingly and shockingly, said Sridhar, an IT employee obsessed with new technological gadgets. Does Alexa can be wrong, so finely wired and programmed? Continued Sridhar. In a way, Sridhar's ambivalence, shock, and skepticism about Alexa is connected with the existing literature drawn from anthropology and STS about using technology is not about making life easy, but how life transforms with the sense of shock, disruption, and failure as well. The upcoming hybrid space, somewhere in between humans slash non-humans slash artifacts, merely argues for understanding anthropology of AI as a critical disciplinary engagement where the structure or agency, not something static, but out there or out there, but constantly in flux, where the question of power is not merely technology only has the purpose of controlling humans, but humans do negotiate and point out the moments of technological failure too. The moments of resistance is equally important when we talk of technology, whether in the form of artificial intelligence or any other quote unquote simple technology that inhabits the lives of humans. Finally, the story of Alexa, both from producer's perspective as well as from user's perspective, does talk about various ways through which it is not only a simple automated talking device, rather the story is about associations, varying, innovations, incompetence, shocking, ambivalence, ambiguities, and hybridity. Thank you.
Thank you, Devottam sir. Now we have our next presenter, Tanya Goel, and she's pursuing her master's in sociology from JNU, and her topic is gender of trolling.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic that I have chosen is gender of trolling, and I would like to first introduce you all with its basic premise. So, most people understand trolling to be a type of online prank in which trolls make provocative quotes or remarks in an effort to provoke an emotional response and not malevolent. That is not malevolent or harmful. However, in recent years, these jokes have commonly encountered to be very serious harassment cases and behaviors that are unacceptable offline. While trolling seems to be a common occurrence to social media users of all genders, its very nature varies depending on the gender of the target. So therefore, my paper is trying to investigate the nature of trolling through gender-specific lens in India specifically, while also analyzing if AI works as a savior or a Satan to these gender-specific trolls. So talking about my methodology, it is both analytical and descriptive in nature through content analysis and case study of 40 social media accounts consisting of male, female, and transgender influencers, along with common people, have been taken on the basis of snowball sampling. So my question is, what is trolling and gender trolling for right now? So epitomized as harassment, bullying, and sometimes even terrorism, trolling is repetitive, disruptive online deviant behavior by an individual towards other individuals to engage people in a pointless online deviant behavior by an individual towards other individuals to engage people in a pointless online discussion via heated debates to attract attention and to degrade the status of someone. So, and gender trolling is one aspect of trolling. So gender trolling is the use of gender-based insults, vicious language, and credible threats by a coordinated group of trolls to humiliate a specific gender, particularly those who speak or act out, and for the sake of a particular kind of unsympathetic and ambiguous laughter. So the argument of gender trolling at the core is about power centered on male entitlement, a modern day weapon of patriarchs wanting to control, threaten, and silence the deviants. So here I would like to talk about self-anonymity as well. Psychologists explained de-individuation that has also been used to describe trolling behavior. The heightened intensity of antagonism in the act of trolling is because of zero face-to-face interaction, which is further intensified because of the anonymity of online participation in discussions. So how does our existing sociological theories explain the trolling? Jürgen Habermas, in his work, The Structural Transformation of Public Sphere, argued that the model of the bourgeoisie public sphere presupposed strict separation of the public from the private realm. The rise of social media has almost erased this boundary by encouraging individuals to share their private thoughts and emotions in the public sphere with virtually no mediation. This approach is illustrated by YouTube's slogan, broadcast yourself, quote unquote, which imagines the possibility of superimposing every individual's stream of consciousness in the public sphere. Goody also contended that the internet could contribute to greater reflexivity in the public sphere. While this may hold true for public figures, it also made possible for private individuals to project what Goody calls the more unruly micro practices of everyday life into the public sphere without censorship. So another linkage can be made for female trolling with Laura Mulvey's concept of male gaze. For the male gaze is the act of depicting women and the world in the visual arts and in the literature from a masculine heterosexual perspective that presents and represents women as sexual objects for the pleasure of the heterosexual male viewer, and whoever speaks against it, that can be a man or anyone, is considered a threat, also considered by Dorothy's concept of who is having domination as told by Manoj Jena sir. So trolling on specific gender shall be discussed here. So the first is trolling on females. In order to illustrate one aspect of female trolling, I want to refer to the statement given in an interview by Rana Ayub, a journalist and an author, on her experience with trolling. So she says, the lowest that the trolls went was when they morphed my face on a pornographic video and sent it to my relatives and parents. My trolling has not changed in the last 10 years. I am called a sex slave. I wake up to being called an anti-Indian and getting rape threats. The most predictable one is calling me a sold out woman, a prostitute, a slut who sells her journalism for money. This is routine for me. From this, we can say that gender trolling in India has turned ugly, with mischievous and offensive tweets transforming into threats, holding a pretext of maintaining the online space as a male-dominated area free from anti-patriarchal and feminist ideas. So Azmina Drodhia, an Amnesty International's researcher, says this is not something that goes away when you log off. Imagine getting threats or rape threats when you open an app, or live in fear or for private photos being shared in online without your consent. One of the influencer who encountered vicious trolling attacks shared that online trolling is just an extension of what misogyny women experience in their day-to-day lives. So here comes the trolling of males as well. So men who break out of the stereotypical style and experiment with a gender fluid fashion statement that might not sit well with the masses fall victim to the trolls. For instance, Indian cinema actor Apar Shakti Khurana was trolled wearing a women's fashion item, a skirt. Another aspect is if people see a man using mascara and handling contour brushes, he is shamed, harassed, and ostracized from society. Society has strictly drawn a line between both men and women and their behavior. Makeup was looked at as weak and taboo for a man. For instance, famous social media influencer Ankush Bahuguna, when started making makeup videos for men, was heavily trolled by other gender, getting questions over his masculinity, sexual orientation, and career choices. So similarly, there are men who are getting brutally trolled for their emotional posts. Actor Ranveer Singh brutally trolled after he breaks down into tears, recalling his struggle days when receiving the Superstar of the Decade award. Although many a times actors and people in general are also trolled for their take in support of toxic masculinity. The next is the transgender community. They tend to experience more frequent and more noxious cyber abuse, not least because in addition to being targeted by virtue of their identity as feminine and masculine, they may additionally be targeted on account of being a person of unique sexual orientation. So the Supreme Court's National Legal Service Authority judgment gave transgender people third gender recognition, but liberation from stigma, threats, and even violence still remains out of reach, leading to transgender cyber harassment targets feeling depressed and wrestle with suicidal thoughts due to online trolling. One case to be told is of Rishikesh Roth, a 23-year-old non-binary transgender person from Pune, when started sharing a fundraiser through Instagram, garnered a fair amount of attention and trolls who used transphobic slurs. In his one of the interviews, he says, I feel like they target my confidence. They feel I am not equal and I am disgusting. People believe that trans people are not trustable or that we make a lot of money through sex work or begging. It is sad to see even gay men harassing transgender people. So from transphobic harassment, the comments have now changed to wishing me to death. People are even tagging right-wing account to vilify me more. So, and here Raat is not the only person. Many others wrote after getting trolled that I am going to delete Twitter and Instagram off my phone as it affecting my mental health quite badly. We also struggle with only comparing ourselves to others, but to the trolling that all women experience daily. It is in our nature to be assured that we are normal or that there is nothing wrong with us. But we want to stand out and to be seen as exemplary for our community. But online trolling takes our courage from this point of view and takes it all away. So who is at more risk, men, women, or transgender? While some studies suggest that women and men are equally likely to report experiencing digital harassment, girls and women tend to target more severe abuse. In contrast to this, some of the respondents shared that even members from the LGBTQI community were trolled. So basically only the cishet men were the ones who were safe from the worst of the worst trolls. Another influencer believed that though men make most of the trolls, women and transgender community also troll. Their language is no different from men. Here, the interesting thing is there seemed an almost tacit agreement among most of the people that the online world was a microcosm of the offline world, not any less misogynistic or more. So can AI safeguard against gender trolling? Almost all the social media influencers chosen in study believe that while social media is a platform for all, it needed to be safer against such vicious trolling or trolling through AI. The relatively non-interventionist and reactive approach to moderation is adopted by many social media platforms. On its support page, for example, YouTube prohibits content that promotes hatred and violence against individuals based on certain attributes, for example, your sexual orientation or the gender, race, and caste. However, the site also instructs its users to keep in mind that not everything that's insulting is hate speech, adding if you're upset by content of a specific person, you may block the user. Arguably, it is not feasible for the AI right now on platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter to moderate comments in real time. But the reliance on individual places the burden on the victim and presents the victim with the task of deciding whether the comments they have received are severe enough to qualify as abuse, harassment, or quote unquote bullying, whether they are from humans or bots, thus leading to many of it getting unreported. So the algorithm of social media platforms are not transparent. One cannot know why one's content or one's account is getting disabled for what specific reason. Julia Kruger, a social scientist, suggests that we need an extension of fundamental rights regarding social media platforms specifically. She argues that if it is private companies that provide public spaces in which we exchange political views, they also have to be taken into accountability when it comes to who they let in. So it's basically the idea of how the private companies has the power to stimulate and control these type of AI used platforms, and they can as well try to control these trolls. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for a very interesting presentation. Now I would request Dr. Manoj Kumar Jina and Dr. Parvati K. Iyer, sir and ma'am. I would like both of you to take the discussion forward, and all the questions that are either written in the chat box or anybody who wants to ask question directly can now start with it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks again. So actually, it's a wonderful paper. I would like to congratulate all the presenters. They have covered a diverse theme, whether it's a question of gender data set and then the notion of the worker in one hand, then Binod's paper on labor market, and then that's Dorothy's paper on astrology and the divinity and the AI, and then the visual ethnography or anthropology of AI and talking about Alexa, and Tania's paper on trolling. It's a quite interesting, diverse area. So now it's open for discussion, question, queries, comment, and I'd request my co-panelist Parvati ji is she can
Yeah.
Can
So
you yeah
actually have
please, over to you.
can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, thank you. So my question, actually, I would like to ask Mr. Debotham that, I mean, from what perspective have you looked at, you have mentioned about this hybrid space between human and non-human. So I would pose the question that why have you looked at it like that? Why have you not instead considered it as an assemblage of human and non-human? Because at one point of time you had evoked Latour, so if you could just give some clarity on that.
Over to you, Devotam. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, well, when I am talking about the hybrid space, of course, it's kind of talking about the assemblage in a way, and kind of it's actually probably it's a more of an how to put like uh, it's a assemblage in the sense that even the very idea about and probably Alex is a very interesting example to really understand that what exactly we mean when we say as human. Is it the the conventional ideas about the very conceptual of the category like human, and this was the fact that this Alexa probably actually because it's a, as I was saying, it's a very nascent stage, and I've just begun with my ethnographical inquiry about that, and it's very very interesting narrative about how often Alexa has been part of all these intimate spaces, which is which for a long period of time considered to be the space uh, largely captured or controlled by the humans, but now this particular artifact, which is imitating humans and becoming a very almost behaving like a human, and also constantly negotiating those space, and I completely agree with you. And it's not. And when I'm talking about the hybridity, I'm largely talking about this particular framework from more of an assemblage between humans and non-humans. Yeah.
Have you consulted Donna Haraway's book? She has this book, Cyborg Manifesto, where she puts forward the same idea, like, it's a kind of, post-humanist understanding of, as you said, not a human and not an artifact. So some kind of a cyborg. So perhaps, you could look at her work, and maybe you might, get some ideas for your for the way you analyze the problem.
I'm kind of aware of the book. I've read it in some bits and pieces, but of course, we need to read in detailing, and probably Because as I was saying, it's a very new field for me, because I largely work in the domain of course, in a different way, because I largely look at the field that I've been presently working in, which is part of my PhD thesis, is something to do with agriculture, and agriculture as an assemblage of
Yes.
humans and non-humans. So that was the larger area, but now it's a new area that I've just just began my
Yeah.
journey in that sense.
Yeah.
Of course, I
Okay,
do.
okay, Devattam. Thank you. Yeah, any other question, query, and comment?
I have a question, if I may permit. Hello.
May I know your name?
My name is Pratyush Prabhakar, sir, and I am an
Okay.
assistant professor of sociology here. Okay, I have one question from Dorothy. Like I have three things to say, but one question is Dorothy, and I'll quickly come to the point. Like, do we think here, like in form of AI, when we are since AI is collecting data from all over the world, and it has the machine learning is evolving all the time continuously. So, are we constructing a super consciousness here? That is one thing. Second thing.
Yeah, Pratyush is not audible properly. Could you please again,
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue.
I was asking about. My question is directed to Dorothy, and my question is about: are we in form of AI, some kind of constructing a super consciousness thing? Like since it is collecting data, from the whole humanity, and continuously learning by itself. So that is one thing. Second question that I have is related, and it is related to for Parvati ma'am, for you, sir, as well as for all the presenters who have talked about gender and interface of AI with gender. So we know that AI, like, is there a chance that AI evolves beyond gendered gauge or gendered relationship? Why? Because we are talking about the intelligence here, and also we are talking about the self-learning here. And learning, we understand that it is a process of self-awareness. So if AI has an intelligence of its own and has its own learning, then do we feel that it might evolve over its own gendered nature, if there is any? Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. So first we'll,
Hello, sir.
Dorothy, yeah.
Yes, sir. So when you mean super consciousness, do you mean to say like in a religious way, or in what way? Like, what does super conscious exactly mean?
No, by super consciousness, all I meant, I know, perhaps I know a little of myself and I represent me, maybe. But like internet or the AI as it has been imagined, it is kind of know all, and then its rationality is a rationality that has evolved from the data that is being generated from all over the world. And in that way, I'm talking in that way, like super consciousness in that sense.
Okay. Yes, that way I think you can say that it is super conscious, but I would like to sort of answer this in link with my presentation only, because yes, so in link with astrology and AI, I would like to answer it. So even though the YouTube algorithm is super conscious, so you say like it knows our taste and it knows what exactly we watch, and whether we are male, we are female, what kind of astrological videos we would like, and it would suggest it to us. But at the same time, what happens is that we ourselves, I think, in the online astrological tarot reading world, I think the people, the diviners, that is the diviners and the YouTubers who make the videos, they themselves do not want to accept that AI is sort of super conscious, in the way that they use it to their advantage. So for instance, I would like to say that we say it is AI which has recommended this video to us because we have watched a bunch of these videos. But these diviners who have made these YouTube videos would say that, would never bring up the topic of AI, and they would say that it is actually, you're meant to find this video, it is sort of, it has a divine reason for it. So they would also create this mystical explanation for it. I hope it is making sense.
Okay. Dr. Parvati ji, would you like to answer, his question? Or yeah, so I'll give you some brief idea about this gendering, degendering. See, technology, the innovation which is happening, so we don't have sometimes we don't have a control over it. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, because the human being, those who are producing this particular machine, they have their own orientation. On the basis of that, they are categorizing it. And one thing I must tell you, that something can, this AI, all these algorithm, what they're compiling, the way in which they are internalizing all sort of information from the different data sources, they can evolve. Therefore, I was referring about the mutant, and they can, create a different sort of behavior. That would be unique, different, and that's a kind of challenge for us, right? So, so therefore, again, the technology is unpredictable. It's completely uncertain. Maybe tomorrow, if you'll enter into this whole debate of this man versus machine learning, and one hand, the machine is learning from some of the data sources and from human behavior, and we don't know what will happen tomorrow. Maybe the machine will lead, control the human being. So that's a kind of new, unexpected, maybe something new can happen, right? Okay, so we'll move. Any other question to our presenter?
Yeah, just to add one more point to what Sir has said. Yes, and this is in response to what Dr. Pratyush was asking. Yes, there is a degendering happening of computational artifacts, and there is an understanding within feminist studies of science and technology that, even while degendering, we need to avoid this issue of essentializing gender in technology. So because in a way, we are going into falling into that trap of technological determinism. So we need to move beyond this essentializing of gender. So definitely, and even what like just now I mentioned about the cyborg manifesto. So Donna Haraway was also talking about the same thing when she talked about the cybernetic creature, that it is something more than human, and it is beyond human and beyond machine. So
yeah, thank you. So any question, query, comment?
I have one more comment too, if you allow me, sir.
Yeah, sure.
This is related to phenomenologist's vantage, and Edmund Husserl, as he says that there is no mind, and mind is all about the body thinking about itself. So in that context, if we think about artificial intelligence, so like how do we consider this artificial intelligence? Like, first of all, like, is it if it has an intelligence of its own, is it self-aware of itself? Is it self-aware? That is one thing. And then this self-awareness comes from the fact that there is an other, there is an presumed other. So what is that other in the case of artificial intelligence?
See, that is the interesting, question, even the comment. See, self-awareness, when we're trying to understand this AI, it's a learning process. And precisely, we are focusing on this learning process, how and what kind of activities is going on within that particular machine. And it has been, it has constructed in a particular way that will also, imbibe, internalize certain information, and that will process very fast. And that's, it will develop a different kind of intelligence altogether. The other here, you can also see, maybe you can agree with me or you can disagree with me. So other with whom, where he's, taking this information, where, for example, when I'm talking about the internet as thing, and essentially they are, taking all sort of information. It's not about limited to with any specific kind of data set. N number of information is available, and within a few fraction, they are compiling it, and they have a capacity to see, observe, and the capacity is very high. The very high, in a sense, if you talk about, chess player, I'm referring about, I'll give you an interesting example about the chartboard. Tay, you must have aware about the Tay chartboard. And when the Zilog and the Tay chartboard, within a few fraction, what the Tay did, it compiled in all sort of information, and that has behaved in a particular manner. So one hand, when you're trying to see the other is something connected with a wider space. And when I say that it will also evolve on the basis of the available information, because the availability of that information is also very, very important. So therefore, you can't negate the availability of that kind of information. What kind of information they are getting? That's number one. And sometimes, and they have a certain kind of unpredictability. Unpredictability, in a sense, you have intended consequences as well as the unintended consequences. So you won't realize that they'll behave in a systematic manner. For instance, I was referring about, because they can also read and understand our behavior, right? So they can also analyze all our behavior, and they'll also behave in a, they'll try to, analyze in a different manner. Even we had a presentation what, Monica was talking about, something, even if you don't have a gender, link in the data set, but is automatically they are compiling, deriving all sort of information. Therefore, the surveillance and sorting is very, very important. What kind of data they are consuming in a sense, and, and how they are also, providing different kind of, capacity to make any sort of decision. So then, therefore, the self-awareness and other, they're also completely interlinked with, each other. Is it okay? Yeah, you have any other query?
No, sir, that is all for now.
Okay.
Pratyush, may I just add one more thing? So you talked about the self and the other, but the self, if it is there, isn't it just a mimetic self? I mean, it is a self which is actually an imitation or a mirror. Isn't it a mimetic self? Also, or when you talk about the self and the other, I mean, how do you conceptualize?
I mean, like self here is to very expanded self, like the self could not be reduced to like as we human being think of it. I mean, like myself would be the myself.
Yeah.
Whereas like the self of an artificial intelligence, I don't understand, since it is sourcing its data from all over the world, from all the human as well as non-human thing. So I don't know like what itself will be.
Yeah, it's a kind of expanded consciousness. That's what you are trying to say.
Yes, it could be
a mimetic self, yet it is also an expanded consciousness.
So if I must just jump in the sense, so there was this very interesting narrative when I was talking to Megha, and of course his names are fictitious. So the first thing she kind of when I asked you whether you agree to interview for my this particular project and everything, the first thing she says, she of course she was jokingly she said like me and Alex are at your service. So like, and it was a very friendly conversation, and at some point of time I kind of realized that this very jokingly, very humorously kind of this particular statement is almost like, and she was talking about the fact that at the moments when I have the breakdown and things are not working in my convenience, and I just come back to home, and how even this particular artifact is completely like it's an almost like an extended self for her, which
Yes.
doesn't complain much, which completely goes
Yes.
whatever she demands for, whatever she expects from this particular unlike all her other kind of associations where this constant there's a question of authority, there's a question of power, but it's almost like an extended itself that she constantly engages in her everyday life. Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay. So I hope we don't have any question and query. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your wonderful presentation, and thank you the organizers. And so now I'll thank you, Parvati ji. So now I'll hand over to Purnima, and now Wasim is visible over here.
Oh,
Hi,
yes, sir. Hello, sir.
hi Wasim, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, good.
It was a pleasure to indeed to listen.
Yeah, same. You know, after seeing you after a long time. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
always you'll be happy. So, I'm really happy that, my students are doing quite well. And today, two of them, they had also presented paper. And okay. So what do you, Purnima? Sorry, Paroma. Is it Paroma? Yeah. Okay.
You are on mute, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for coming us, giving us your time and also sharing your knowledge with us. It has been a very insightful session. We will now move on to the next session. Ma'am and sir, if you want to stay, you can, otherwise we can
Thank
leave.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So one announcement, we are meeting at 3:15.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Pratyush, can you tell me my voice is audible or not?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Ishrat Jahan from the School of Liberal Education, Galgotias University. Welcome to you all on the behalf of conference team, the participants, the presenters, and I'm extending my special thanks to our panelists, Professor Sarabjit Kaur Saran and Dr. Preeti Raghunath. Before introducing our guest, I would like to make some announcement for the presenters. The presenters will be given 10 to 12 minutes, so kindly complete the presentation on time. If you have any query related to the presentations, so you can put their questions and suggestion on the chat box. We will have a separate section for question and answer round, so we will take at the end of this session. Thank you so much, Professor Sarabjit Kaur, for joining us. Professor Sarabjit Kaur is an associate professor in the Department of Psychology at MSc University of Delhi. She has completed her PhD from the Department of Psychology, University of Delhi. Her field of specialization include clinical psychology and health psychology. She has 23 research publications. She is the author of the book, Psychology of Health and Well-Being, and it's based on genetic enclave of Delhi University. She is the author of another book, The Perspective of Successful Aging, and she has authored 6 chapters in edited books. Now I would like to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Preeti Raghunath. She is currently working as a lecturer at University of Malaysia. She is the author of the book, Community Radio Policies in South Asia, a deliberative policy ecology approach, which is published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2020. As such, her work has focused on interlinkage between media technology and associated policies. She is currently served as a vice chair of the Global Media Policies Working Group of International Association for Media and Communication Research. Prior to joining academia, she has worked in media and communication industries in India. Now I would like to Professor Sarabjit Kaur, so kindly take over.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible, Ishrat?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Good evening, everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank Vice Principal Sir, Professor Malik Arjuna Babu, Professor Renu Luthra, PBC and Advisor to Chancellor, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Convener, Professor Anuradha Prasar, Dean, School of Liberal Education, Organizing Team, and my special thanks to Mrs. Monica Goswami for inviting me here today on this prestigious conference, Reconstructing the Self in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, Perspectives and Contestations and Challenging. This is very important and apt topic today, which is the need of our. Ishrat, shall I share my PPT with all of you?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Is it visible? No.
No, ma'am, not yet.
So share a screen. And now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
I just want to discuss about the benefits of artificial intelligence and its negative consequences. If you talk about the artificial intelligence, it's everywhere. So it's basically it's the one of the important, I think, technology that is available now these days. It's available on every social media, and even it's used in e-commerce, manufacturing, production, gaming, healthcare, everywhere. If you see, it's used artificial intelligence. Like if you talk about the social media, that is Instagram, Facebook, and the Twitter, around 58, above 58% people worldwide, they use Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and all these social media channels, if you see, they are backed by the artificial intelligence. Like if you see the Google Maps, whenever we go anywhere, we use the Google Maps. They are also backed by the artificial intelligence, and facial recognition apps, and spam filters on emails, and voice to text features, even the translations from apps which are available. So all these use the artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is basically, now we people, all of us are dependent upon the social media, and they are basically influencing our mind psychologically also. Being I'm a teacher of psychology, we usually talk about the emotional intelligence. Like we talk about how we can we basically talk about how we can how we can we talk about the emotions, but here in artificial intelligence, it's about the machinery, right? So we can't imagine our life without the smartphones, social media, because when our phone is away from us, we are not missing the phone just because we want to call or we want to text. We will miss its functions which are available on the phone, such as alarm, calendar, and many apps are available on the phone, which we use on daily basis. So people feel more closer to each other even when they are separated by miles. That's why social media has become an essential need. Moreover, 1 billion people, they are on the Instagram. So it's one of the biggest advantage of AI is that it reduce. One of the biggest advantages of AI is that they use algorithms which, if they are programmed it properly, it reduces the errors to minimum, and we can make more accurate judgments, and we can make more accurate decisions with the artificial intelligence. But humanly, when they are doing work in the field of the production, so they are vulnerable to make much more errors. Even in the industries, or if you talk about in the manufacturing, in the production, here in artificial intelligence, algorithms are used. So that's why accuracy is much more and significantly more than the errors. And people can work endlessly with artificial intelligence. But if you see the normal human being, they can work up to 3 to 4 hours actively, and with artificial intelligence they can work much more hours, and even they can do the multiple tasks, and with less errors. So artificial intelligence is very highly practical also, because human beings, when they make the decision, they are much more emotional, and then biases are involved in their judgments and in their decisions. But in artificial intelligence, they make the decision, those decisions are without the biases. So according to the WEF report, 133 million jobs created by AI by the end of this 2023. So artificial intelligence is basically the future of the world. There are some negative aspects are also there, because it poses a risk to privacy. Many organizations, they are just taking away the data of the public without their informed consent, and so that is basically a bigger risk factor to their privacy and other social concerns. So one warning is given by the physicist Stephen Hawking. He said that artificial intelligence could be the best event in the history of civilization or the worst. So we can't know if we will be infinitely helped by artificial intelligence or ignored by artificial intelligence and sidelined or conceivably destroyed by it. Even the movie Terminator, if you must have seen, many of you must have seen the movie Terminator. Here also, when man-made machinery, they because of the artificial intelligence, so they started basically attacking the humans. So there are some negative aspects of artificial intelligence also that should be taken care of. And the sooner we begin to assess the negative consequences, the better we will be able to mitigate and manage the dangers. Because if you see, everything has the positive and negative consequences also. If we must emphasize on not only on the positive aspects, we also assess the negative. We must assess the negative consequences so that we can mitigate and manage the dangers, future dangers. So I'm a teacher of psychology, and we talk about the emotional intelligence and how we can manage our emotions better, and then how we can become a successful human beings, like how we can learn, how we can assess other people's emotions, read other people's emotions from their facial expressions, and how we can manage our emotions, right? But if you see, people, those who are unable to manage their own emotions, anger, depression, and anxiety is the result of if they are not able to manage their emotional intelligence. But here, if in the artificial intelligence also, there are so many psychological issues the people are facing these days. Many children, they are spending much more time on the social media, and because of that, there are some negative impacts. They are suffering from anxiety and depression. Even they are not aware about the symptoms which they are going through. So it's very, very important to make people aware and identify the symptoms of any psychological issue, because the people, those who are not able to understand their own emotions, so they may not be able to achieve those potentials which they can otherwise achieve. So it's important in artificial intelligence also. We have to हम इसके benefits तो हम ले ही रहे हैं, और मैक्सिमम ह्यूमन बींग्स को लेने चाहिए जितने हम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इसके नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट को भी, उसको भी असेस करना चाहिए, तो उस पे भी वर्क करना चाहिए. Yes, Ishrat, this is what I want to discuss.
Thank you, Professor Sarabjit ma'am, for giving such a wonderful presentation and giving a knowledge around advantages and disadvantages on AI. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Preeti Raghunath. Preeti Raghunath, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. You can take over.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have a presentation with me, but I'll be talking about a couple of things that I've been working on and connected to the theme of this panel. The first aspect is about the gender aspects of AI. Now, when we talk about AI, what we really mean is that we now have newer technologies that are dependent on machine learning. Machine learning is when you input data sets and the machine can identify patterns and reproduce that information in the form of by detecting patterns and giving results. So very simply put, that's what machine learning is. And artificial intelligence technologies are based on these machine learning applications and tools, and they're developed by something called black box testing and training, where data set is data sets are sort of introduced into the machine, and black box training happens, which then allows the computer to make use of something called computer vision to understand to understand information and process it as artificial intelligence. Now, when we talk about this, there are a couple of issues that arise. Of course, there are a number of benefits of artificial intelligence. For instance, if deployed in the right sectors, like in this case of manual scavenging, for instance, it can really eliminate the need for human beings to take up certain kinds of work. However, there have been a lot of concerns about artificial intelligence taking away a number of jobs because of automation, etc. Having said that, there's a lot of newer work and research now that looks at the idea of human labor behind artificial intelligence and AI technologies. For instance, there was a recent long form story in the newsletter called 52.in, where the story was called Human Touch, where the author explored how in peri-urban India and rural India, there are a lot of small firms, data annotation and labeling firms, which cater to the need for developing these data sets that go into training artificial intelligence technologies. And there's a lot of human labor involved in the making of these data sets and in processing these data sets to make them suitable for black box training, like I mentioned. So human labor is something that is very intertwined with artificial intelligence. And while it replaces certain kinds of jobs, and while we're talking about automation, we also need to understand that human labor and human intelligence is not replaceable. That's the first point. The second point is about biases, and there's a lot of work now on biases that get codified into artificial intelligence and related technologies. I'm currently working on a project which looks at the gendered aspects of gender-related biases. For instance, your Siri or Alexa, when you ask for certain things, it started off with the idea of a female voice assistant. And if you look at the initial years of using these voice assistants, you understand the kind of problems that were encountered, because a lot of times the tone was very sexist. The kind of data that was input, because it really depends on who codes this data, right? So it was very, very insensitive, the kind of data that was input. And because of that, the results were oftentimes very jarring. Now, there's a lot of development now and a lot of focus on how we have to make a data that is gender positive, that is more enabling to the spectrum of gender identities that exist, and make them to ensure that stereotypes and biases don't get reproduced in artificial intelligence. So that's the second point, and this is something that I'm working on with a few other colleagues in Southeast Asia. The third aspect, the first aspect was about human labor. The second aspect is about biases and stereotypes. The third aspect is, again, connecting these two aspects into understanding the larger phenomenon of datafication and AI-led datafication today. We seem to think that it's an absolutely new phenomenon. While the technology itself is new, and these are all emerging technologies, ML and AI technologies, the process of datafication itself is not something that's very new. If you look back at the modern era and the colonial and the expansion of colonial rule, you'll see that a number of instances of measuring people, anthropometry, all of the censuses, all of this was brought in by the colonial regime to measure, indicate, label, target, and standardize people. That's how data was identified. People were seen as data. So understanding the patterns of in history to understand present day forms of datafication, which are AI-led, will help us understand the trajectory of human, the trajectory of the path that we are taking as humans. So in order to understand how artificial intelligence can be beneficial for us or not beneficial for us, it's absolutely important to understand the kind of data that we are generating. Is there something that is called good data? Do we need good data? And what does it mean? What are the costs for human beings in developing these technologies and deploying these technologies? This is the kind of analysis that is needed in a historical perspective in order to understand how we can then comprehend the uses of artificial intelligence and see how it can either enable governance and policies and practices as well. So that's really what I wanted to talk about today. And I really look forward to the session that's coming up.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti Raghunath. Thank you so much for giving knowledge which is regarding gender bias of AI and human labor and AI. Thank you so much, Preeti. Now we are moving to our session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Poroma Sen. She is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Political Science at Galgottias University. Poroma ma'am, you can continue with your presentation.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, Poroma, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak. Now this is a working paper in progress. I'm only going to share a few ideas regarding AI, and as I'm going to get inputs from all of you, it will help me to really take this paper to the next level. Now, the paper, the theme now we are going to focus on is AI choice and sense. And the title of my paper is Problematizing Free Will and Choice in the Face of AI. Now, let us understand the first thing. Let us understand that what do we mean by free will and what do we mean by choice? So I've taken a very layman's explanation of these two terms from dictionary, which means that when we think of free will, it's the power or capacity of humans to make decisions or perform actions. And let us focus on the fact that there is a power and there is a capacity. So we need to focus on power and capacity. So that power and capacity cannot be taken away from us. That's the part of free will. Now, when I focus on the word choice, it is about the range of different things from which we can choose. Now, in this age of AI, while we have choice, right, we may not have free will. And let's see how this idea can be explained better. So before I move ahead, let me also explain what is artificial intelligence. Now, Albert Einstein said that the true science of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. And what AI or the present scenario, is it really allowing us to imagine? Can AI imagine? As humans, are we really only focusing on gathering knowledge, but we are not able to imagine? So we need to really problematize this aspect. So from there, we move on to what Socrates said. He said that I know that I'm intelligent because I know that I know nothing. And here we need to understand that in this present time, when we are bombarded with information, there is this pretension in our mind that we pretend that we know everything, but we actually don't know anything. Now, taking this quote from Wall Street Journal, it was published in 1994, it says that a general mental capacity that, among other things, involves the ability to reason, plan, solve problems, comprehend complex ideas, learn quickly, and learn from experience. Now, when we think of AI, we can actually see it is solving problems for us, and it is also enabling us to comprehend complex ideas and learn things quickly. But whether that learning is from experience or not is another aspect where we need to really look into AI very, very closely. Now, in this evolution of AI, AI is after all what? It is a machine with human abilities, but not human shortcomings. And this is where we need to understand. We all want to take help from AI because we want humans, the machine should not become human, but the human should become more machine-like, whichever way you, that we don't want shortcomings, be it the labor market, be it any other space, we want efficiency, right? And this obsession with efficiency is not something that is happening now. We will have to go back to the Taylor's argument of scientific theory and how things happen. But let's see how it is creating problems for us. But the shortcoming is that when we think of shortcomings, we are ambiguous as human beings. We are uncertain about our present. We are equally uncertain about our future. And machines would not feel hungry. They will never be angry, and they will never get tired. And if these three things are not there, then of course we would want AI to do everything for us. But as humans, we are, sometimes we are angry, we are hungry and tired. Three things can happen simultaneously. So AI focuses on human abilities to think, but we are not focusing on the human ability to emote emotions. So AI will be more human-like while functioning like a computer machine. It would be like a computer, but it will try to pretend itself to be less human, but more like a machine. Now, the paper over here is divided into three parts. It would be mostly a theoretical paper, but I'm looking for data. If I can find theoretical data, then that data would also be introduced. The first part of the paper focuses on labor, consumerism, and artificial intelligence. And here I'm going to focus on AI-induced consumerism. So AI-induced consumerism will broaden choices, but it is also giving rise to exploitation of labor. So the concept of free will that we need to look in when I am trying to give labor and I'm trying to put in my labor to complete my task, maybe somewhere I'm losing my free will to do so. But what is happening is that on the other hand, in the consumer-driven society, consumers are finding it very easy to have access to goods because of this AI-driven nature of consumerism. So we are getting things faster, and at the same time, we are not bothered about the unjust working conditions under which the labor force is functioning. So that unjust working condition is invisible to us, but what is being kind of what we are able to see is that we are getting access to things faster. The second part will focus on gender, AI, and control. Now here I'm going to focus on matrimonial sites and the choice of partners, where the invisible matchmaker governed by artificial intelligence dominates in determining our choices. We do not know what exactly we want, but when we are given so many choices, we are given this illusion that maybe this person is suitable for us. Now, what is happening over here is that there is lack of eradication of societal biases, but with the help of AI, there's reinforcing of biases that would be happening over here. In the third part of the paper, we focus on social media and AI. So social media and AI, where we will discuss about merciless trolling, a consequence of sharing opinion on social media. Though this has to be kind of articulated well, I'm going to focus more on trolling, less on this sharing of opinion for our discussion today. Now, just to give you an idea on labor, consumerism, and AI, if you can see, we are in India, especially people who are accessing Blinkit. So we are ordering goods and we are getting things even, in a fraction of a second. So before you get on to the next job, you would get delivery of the products that you want. So what they are doing is that, as you can see, they can detect my location, or we can type our location. Either they can do it with the help of AI on its own, or they are asking us to do that for them. But in both these circumstances, what is happening is that there is transferring of information. And when this information is getting transferred to someone who is very, very invisible, it is not, the local seller of a product, that person will also somewhere drive our future choices. Labor, consumerism, and AI. So at present, we have become consumers of information. This information-driven society never gives us a minute of rest. Scrolling the mobile screen has become extremely compulsive, along with rising compulsive Along with rise in compulsive scrolling, we have also become compulsive consumers. Despite technology being the medium of connecting the buyer and seller, technology no way can substitute for the last mile walk that has to be covered by humans. And this last mile walk that has to be covered by humans, over here, the aspect of lack of free will is coming in.
Hello, Ike.
Am I audible?
हाँ तेरे को देखी मैं ना एक मीटिंग छेगी मैं तेना बात च गल कर दी पापा तेना इम्पोर्टेंट गल
Yeah, Paroma ma'am, carry on.
So despite technology being the medium of connecting the buyer and seller, technology no way can substitute the last mile walk, and that walk is done by human being, that person who is in flesh and blood, and that exploitation of labor force is continuing. Now these online shopping platforms have increased consumerism not through guaranteeing of quality of products, but by creating a false sense of control over time by consumers. And this obsession with time somewhere makes a person more in control of that person's agency. So we are almost trying to control everything, but we can't control our future, our present, or anything. But through this artificial intelligence, where is this false sense of control over time? Now, in this ecosystem, we have been put under a false sense of urgency, which makes us order products from portals over buying it from a shop. Now, I'm not going to get into that. We have to move with technology, and this concept of creative destruction would be there, that there is a transition that is taking place. It will take place. But the idea is, along with this transition, when this 15 minutes delivery of goods would be done, what is happening to the labor force? Then I move on to the next slide. Now, Winslow Taylor focused on the fact so there is the scientific theory which questions soldiering. Now, let me explain this term. What used to happen that in manufacturing units, when the labor force used to enter manufacturing units, they used to form relations with other co-workers, and the idea was that even if you give in your best, there will be no bonus given to you. You will be forced to put in a lot of hard work. So there was a technique that they developed where they used to underwork, and that underwork was compensated through cooperation. So I'm going to cooperate with my co-worker, and that co-worker might underwork, but that will never come on the surface. Now, Taylor realized why this was happening. It was happening because of lack of incentive. And he wanted to convert the cooperation between labor force, between two co-workers, and wanted to bring in the cooperation between the management and the labor force. Now, what he wanted to do, he said that, we need to shorten the hour of work. We need to also provide best conditions of working. Over here, what he missed out was the concept of emotion. Not all cooperation is done only for the reason of soldiering, but because there has to be release of emotion when you are working under a very stressful situation. And the question that I'm asking through this paper is, can AI allow that space of emotional release, or it is forcing us to be burdened by different kinds and forms of emotions? Now, Mayo, another philosopher and administrative philosopher, he had written this book, The Social Problems of Industrial Civilization, and he focused on the word emotions. Underworking or lack of efficiency is a result of human relation with emotions. When workers were interviewed, it was found out now why emotions actually kind of bother us. It could be for various reasons. I am unwell, I'm not feeling well, a past memory is haunting me, something happened in my home. And when we enter these formal institutional structures, we are told we can't cry, we can't show our emotions. All of that will be taken as a marker of being a poor worker. So when interview was taken, what were the things that came out? So one worker who was interviewed said that while he was reprimanded for non-performance, and nobody really wanted to know why he was not performing, the reason he explained was that the preceding night an incident happened and where he lost his family, right? Nobody wants to know that. The non-performance was less due to lack of work and more because of personal struggles. With AI, are we guaranteeing that there will be an inclusive structure where there will be inclusion of personal struggles? Another woman disclosed that she disliked the superior because there was this uncanny resemblance with her stepfather. Now, who really cares if you are disturbed? If something of the past is coming in front of you, you have to get the work done. Now, a sociologist, Arlie Russell Hochschild, she brings in a very important concept of invisible labor. The labor, the connection that is taking place, all the drama that is taking place inside our mind. And there are certain organization, or there are certain areas of work where this invisible labor remains invisible, and the manipulation with this invisible labor is believed to increase the profit. So she interviewed employees of Delta Airlines, and it was comprehended that between physical looks and deeply held beliefs lies an intermediate zone, the zone of emotional management. So you have to behave in a certain manner, speak in a certain manner, get ready in a certain manner. And all of that is also forcing us to put in a label. Now I go on to this second part of our discussion where I focus on gender, AI, and control. Now, these are these matrimonial sites which would be reinforcing all the social biases. See a woman, and I'm just remove their faces, age, caste, community, up to which class she has studied. And it is not, I'm not talking only about women, but in case of males also, this would happen. Now, you become a source of information. See, there is a source of information for this site. And this site will match these profiles with similar profiles. What about emotions? A person, because she's 25 years old or because she's from a certain location, will be given another profile, and that profile may not be equivalent to her inner maturity. We are becoming products. These are labels that are attached. What is happening to the evolution of a human being, which may not get reflected in this manner. And if you can see on the left-hand side, while registering, you have to give your name, you have to provide your phone number, and we know that once we do that, there are a lot more information that would get eventually revealed. Now, let me show you another way. Don't miss out. Over 2.5 crores people get married in India every year. Your perfect match will not wait for you forever. So is there...
Please conclude its time.
Okay, then we move on to just the last bit. Over here, I'm going to connect that portion with the concept of individual becomes a data. And these matrimonial sites are collecting structured data which are highly organized with defined paradigms. This can be compared to the citizen data that gets collected by the government. And what the government do is that they are going to reproduce policies with the aim that you go and cast vote in a favor of a certain political party. The question is there a connection between trust and AI? If it is not there, it's going to be very, very problematic. Last point that I would sum it up, similar to citizen profiling, the same thing happens on matrimonial side. Profiles of individuals are done whereby you are giving information or selling information that are structured along lines of caste, class, religion, age, and other issues. Social media, and it will be the last part, and we do not have time, but what here I just want to bring in one aspect, that there this personalization of space that is taking place, it is also bringing certain contextual bias. Unless we are able to move beyond contextual biases, we are not able to justify the fact that this medium is forcing us to move into a postmodern world, that a world that is beyond boundaries, that is beyond your identity markers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paroma, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Miss Chitra Adkar. Are you here, Chitra?
Yes, ma'am. I'll just start sharing my screen.
She's a PhD scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Yeah, is my screen sharing visible?
Yes, it is. It is visible.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, so the title of my paper is The Emerging Forms of Online Content and Their Regulation, Analyzing Internet Humor as Text. So a very quick idea about where this has emerged from. So my doctoral work, my thesis, it is about internet humor, specifically memes and edits as forms of internet humor. And one part of it that I had not focused on so much in my PhD was associated with the machine learning systems used by social media platforms that regulate content, especially humorous content, but not just that, everything that we post, everything that is non-commercial as well. So what I've tried to do in this research is I have focused more on exploring that part. So what I will be doing is I will be putting forth the framework from textual analysis point of view, from the school of literary criticism, and using those concepts to see whether the ideas of authorship, whether the ideas of an author versus a critic, who is the author, who is the critic, whose interpretation matters more in the context of humor on social media, vis-a-vis understanding the case of Rosetta that is used on Facebook. I will be focusing on that. So to begin with, a few things that have to be established is that social media platforms have changed in the last decade, 2010 to 2020, and a lot of us have been witness to these changes, and these changes are heavily reflective of the societal changes which have made the companies, made the firms apply certain policies that makes content regulation inevitable. You cannot easily post hate speech anymore and get away with it. Your content will be flagged. And in order to do that, the obvious option was artificial intelligence systems, which are large scale, or they could be limited to a group of limited algorithms as well. Is there human involvement in AI? Of course, because somebody generates those algorithms, but then further, as some scholars argue, it goes to a post-human level. So Rosetta, as I said, will be at the basis of the discussion. Why Rosetta? Because I will be focusing on the visuality of the content that we see on social media, and I'm focusing on digitally manipulated forms. Now, by manipulation, I'm not going to hinge upon the binary of analog and digital, but everything that is a form of expression can be seen as manipulated, and digital would obviously refer to the technology aspect of it. So why is visual media and artificial intelligence, why do we have to bring these two things together from a social scientific point of view? We have to begin from the basic debates between realism and formalism, which emerged from the changes that happened in the industry of filmmaking. So we can go as early as Andre Bazin's idea, wherein he said that a photograph is laying a truth claim because it is doing a job like embalming bodies. It has a tendency to preserve the object the way it is there in its natural state. And then there were people who would say that a pre-digital photograph is more real as compared to a digital photograph. And as a result of that, the formalist school started emerging in cinema, wherein the form, as in the way the things have been put together, mattered. So what is relevant to us here is 3 categories that have been given by C.S. Peirce: icon, symbol, and index. So as an example, if there is a photograph of an apple, does the photograph look like an actual apple? If yes, it's iconic. Does the term apple remind you of the image that the photograph has captured? If yes, there is symbolic relationship. And even when the apple changes its forms, that is, say, it rots, will you still believe in that relationship between the image and the real object? That is indexicality. So a lot of debates have come up from this. And in addition to that, I would bring in Rolla Barthes, who has spoken about the death of the author, wherein his stance is that the author's interpretation is not necessarily more important than the critic's interpretation. And certain theorists like Wimsatt have said that this binary is not very useful. So coming to visual media, let's take the example of a meme. A meme is basically made from templates, which are like formats, wherein some elements remain the same and some elements change. This image is a very common template. It's called the Disaster Girl. And in this particular meme, whoever has created it, that person is trying to show that this is them and this is homework, that is the house in the background that is burning, it's on fire, and I don't care about it. So that is the way humor is being generated. Now, given that meme is a format which is going to express humor, just like an edit, just like a mashup or a reel or some kinds of reels, why should AI be regulating humorous content is the basic issue that we need to raise. So coming to who regulates most of the memes, most of the edits that we post on Facebook, it is Rosetta. Rosetta is a large-scale machine learning system, and it is based on optical character recognition. So what it does is that if there is a post which contains an image, it will take its rectangular portions and scan if there is text. So first part is detection. Whether and when the detection is done, it will try to recognize that text. What does this text say? So even if I have made an image which is not like a converted version of a PDF, even if I have written something there, the recognition part will be taken up by Rosetta. And it is not a very rudimentary form of AI. It has some developments. For instance, it doesn't just read from your left to right, it also reads backward in order to understand Arabic. And how does it learn? How does it teach itself to recognize what is hate speech, to recognize what content should be deleted? Initially, it sourced everything from Facebook, and now its sources are the pool of content that is posted on all Meta-owned companies. And it keeps developing itself. I'm not saying that it is very backward a technology. What are the issues when it comes to using a system like Rosetta, which may not be as sophisticated as some other AI system? Certain keywords, it learns to flag them, but sometimes it doesn't. Also, the more relevant point here is that it does not recognize that the format of something can be used to convey satire. For instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, if one were to share a meme which mocks people who are anti-mask, who are against the correct guidelines, Facebook failed to recognize that this is indeed satire, and because there were certain terms that were repeatedly being seen, they were removed. Another example that you can take was a spoof created by a person wherein there was a video of the CEO of Qatar Airways who was appealing to a person who had tweeted about boycotting Qatar Airways, and a lot of people fell for it. When it was established that this is indeed a spoof, Facebook was still flagging that, and there was limited visibility of this spoof video. So that can be seen as a drawback of this system. There have been several secondary studies that also bring out the same. Mel magazine had studied closed Facebook groups, and the argument of this study was that closed Facebook groups are rising because of this increased amount of regulation, which is driving people away from the parts which are regulated by the company itself. So simple questions that we can address here: who is the creator, who's the author? If I'm generating a meme, am I the author? If yes, if that's a very simple answer, is the person viewing that meme the critic, or is Rosetta the critic? Because ultimately Rosetta is determining whether I have made a satirical meme or not, even if the other party might agree with it. So given that there are multiple parties involved because of the presence of AI, the question of this tyranny of the author that Bath was referring to, it has become quite moot, because there is a imbalance in the equation of power, because the companies that are owned by Meta can delete your content without explanation being warranted. Sometimes you can challenge their decisions, but a lot of times you can't. So we just have to remember this. We have to keep in mind that there have been many instances wherein these machine learning systems have not successfully been able to take care of issues that are quite serious. I've put a meme here. It uses the terms Nibba and Nibbi. So Nibba and Nibbi were terms that started being used in place of the N-worded slur that was used for African Americans. And in the Indian context, in the South Asian context, it has acquired a new meaning. It's almost like a neologism. It refers to children who are heavily invested in their relationships. And there is a joke. This meme is basically a joke on that. And it uses the term Nibba and Nibbi, and this text is extremely readable, and it is still up there in 2022, which is 4 years after Rosetta has started understanding what is hate speech. Similarly, you can just see that if somebody has the desire to write communally charged statements, you can just say Dindu instead of Hindu, or Muslim instead of Muslim, and that content stays there. So these issues can be further complicated if we try and look at the lack of sophistry that the technology has in order to distinguish between deep fakes and shallow fakes. If somebody thinks that generating a deep fake is just my job because I'm a content creator, the social media platforms will not allow them to do it. So what about human decisions? That is the main point that I'm trying to come up to. So in this case, there are majorly 3 or 4 points that I will say in the end. First of all, we need to understand that better AI systems that flag misinformation are an outcome of an industry which builds upon the development in digital forensics. So if I am a person who can create a better deep fake, there will be a company who will generate a software that recognizes that deep fake in a better way. So there is this, Rob Taus has used a term called cat and mouse game to explain this, which is very appropriate in my opinion. Then there is the presence of something called the liar's dividend that has been theorized by Chesney and Citron, wherein because there is a lot of misinformation on the internet, on social media, we tend to ignore authentic information as well, just by citing the reason that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around us. And then thirdly, the issue is what about the freedom to create content the way you see it is fit? Why should AI not accommodate the inherent format in? Why should AI behave like we haven't had a history of formalism wherein the forms of expression have kept changing? And the very last thing I'll mention is that we have to be very cautious that as a result of over regulation and under regulation when it is needed and over regulation when it's not needed, what happens is people are straying away and using VPNs and using Tor as their browser so that they can come up with their closed chat rooms, closed groups, closed forums, wherein AI will have no role to play because people will be functioning in a quote unquote independent manner. So that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chitra. Now, floor is open for questions and suggestions. So if anyone have any query or question related to any presentation or the presentation which is presented by panelists can ask.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Proma, you have presented a beautiful presentation. But one thing I just wanted to suggest to you, you have done a theoretical analysis, right? So you can do the qualitative, you can collect the qualitative data, you can take the interviews and focus group discussions. That will also be very, very fruitful. And because quantitative data may be difficult in this field, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you for this input. I really wanted to know how to go about it.
Yeah, that's I think the focus group discussions and in-depth interviews, you can do the content analysis or theme-based analysis after that.
Yes,
So yeah, you have beautifully presented how the online shopping is, people are getting addicted to it because of this AI. Now people just they want they want the delivery within 5 minutes or within 10 minutes. So efficiency actually has increased, and then nobody is taking care of the emotions. You have talked about the matrimonial sites. It's very, very informative research. Yeah.
I need, ma'am, I need to know the how to go about the methodology. But since you have told me, I will focus on these. Thanks. Yeah,
Yes,
methodology is missing.
yeah, yes. That's why I want to suggest you can take the qualitative data. You can do the in-depth interviews and like suppose you have selected 5 participants. You have made one qualitative questionnaire on the basis of your theoretical knowledge. You have you did a lot of researches on the theory part. So you can make a questions, right? So you can ask 5 participants, then you can make a thematic analysis, theme-based analysis, or you can do the content analysis, right? And one way is that you can do the content or thematic, and another way is you can do the focus group discussions, like 5 to 7 people of the similar interest and the similar age groups. You can ask give them questions on the basis of your theoretical researches, and then you can get information through the focus group discussions. Okay. I think qualitative will be the better. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Even the Chitra has presented a beautiful presentation on the emerging forms of online content and their regulation, analyzing internet humor as a text. And she has also done the qualitative Chitra?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
You are doing a PhD on this topic?
Yes, ma'am. So my PhD is more centric on the forms of humor itself. And what happened is, while, I was focusing on other aspects of it, I realized that some changes have happened since my fieldwork started, and the respondents themselves, who are content creators, they brought out these issues wherein uh, you know copyright strikes are brought down from but just by using 5 seconds of a video, which is why it drove my interest to this line. And like, this is just the beginning. This is an aspect of the study of social media that I would like to take further, since it hasn't been elaborated upon so much in my own drafts and all.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes. Then how you have collected the data, whether you have followed any sampling technique while you were designing your research, and you have presented slides. I think that was also theoretical based.
Yeah.
On the basis of the review of literature, whatever the research is you have found.
Yeah. Yeah, so I did not present the collected data in this one, because this I just wanted to focus on the case of Rosetta. But in addition to that, my work has in-depth interviews with content creators themselves, and I have done a 1.5 year long observation of their ongoing channels, and the changes in forms of content that they had to adopt. But that was not a part of this presentation. As far as this one was concerned, I was looking at content analysis of individual memes, and I would like to add more so that it becomes more more condensed, and the sample size becomes more elaborate in future. That's what I plan to add to this paper.
Yeah, all the best for your further expand of your study. Yeah,
thank you, ma'am.
I think third presenter is missing, is not presenting. Ghaffar Khan.
Professor Sarabjit, I think he has not joined yet. That's why I didn't call his name.
I have a small query, and I wanted to ask to Dr. Preeti ma'am. So this is regarding when she was saying about this good data. And isn't when we say the most efficient lies, they just produce only factual data?
Can you repeat that? The most
efficient lies, they just only produce factual data. It happened when I was reading this internal migration, which happened post-COVID, or at the international level also, when it comes to gaining votes or to influence, to sway the voters.
So when I speak about data, I should have specified that I'm particularly talking about AI data, not other forms of data. Data exists in various forms, but when I'm talking about AI systems, it is AI-specific data sets that are fed into the black box training models in order to generate artificial intelligence technologies and the responses of these technologies. That's what I mean. So what they say is that in order for training to happen, you need a good data set so that the results of artificial intelligence technologies can be sort of as clear as possible or as good as possible. Otherwise, biases get sort of fed into the data set itself. Human biases get fed into the data set that then get translated into these AI technologies as well. They get the biases also get automated. That's what I was meaning.
Oh, I thought it was some other tangent. So thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you please explain this point of biases getting automated? It's very interesting.
So there's a lot of work now that talks about how human biases like stereotypes, for instance, if you ask a voice assistant for certain information about health or about a nurse, it is assumed that the nurse is of the female gender. So these are human biases that go into inputting the data, because it depends on who codes this data, what biases they have, and how they're writing certain things, writing the codes and the instructions that then get fed into these voice assistant systems, which are AI technologies that then reproduce it. That's just one small example, but you can see this in the form of
example about Alexa in your presentation also, that voice assistants and
yeah. So because a lot of the kind of responses that Alexa or Siri were giving in the initial years, because they were new and were not trained enough on the language inputs data sets, the responses were very crude in the sense that they were responding in various ways that were not really in parliamentary language or in an ethical manner. But that's because of the kind of data that was fed into these systems, right? So that gets automated. Similarly, when you talk about, for instance, I'm just doing this research on the Rohingya crisis and the situation in Myanmar, where a lot of the hate was getting automated on Facebook, because Facebook's AI, they don't have an office there or content moderation systems there, but it was getting automated, and they didn't have people who could understand the Burmese language. So a lot of it was getting automated, and that led to a lot of escalation of the violence against the Rohingyas. So how these systems, which get manipulated by algorithmic technologies, how they sort of perpetrate human biases and how that can be negated, is something that technologists are working with social scientists on.
Anyone have any other query? I think no. So I would like to thank to our panelists, Professor Sarabjit Kaur and Dr. Preeti Raghunath, and our presenters, Dr. Paroma and Ms. Chitra. Now I would like to invite Mr. Wasim to end this session and for concluding remark. Thank you.
I think Devottam sir will be speaking the.
Okay, sorry. Now I would like to invite Dr. Devottam. He is currently working in the Department of Sociology, Kalgotia University. It's over to you, Dr. Devottam. Devottam, your voice is not audible. Dr. Devottam, are you here? You are here, but I don't know. We are not able to listen your voice. I think there is some problem. You can do one thing. You can yes, Wasim, have you checked what's the problem?
So there has been an issue with my laptop actually.
Oh, it's fine.
So
you can continue now.
Yeah. So let me again, give a last round of, and it's quite a 2 days brainstorming discussion that we had around the fact, ranging from issues like, what even AI really means, and what are the different ways through which we can really understand AI. And and of course, again and again, we went back to this entire idea of what exactly self means, and is there different ideas of self around the fact that when we talk about the omnipresence of AI around our lives. So without not taking much of your time, let me just give a round of a vote of thanks to our respected patrons, to our respected dean, chancellor, Professor Renu Luthra, Calcutta University, as well as to the organizing team who has been without whose effort, I think relentless effort made this conference successful, and of course our esteemed panelists and all the paper presenters. So I just want to give you a vote of thanks to all of you. And it's amazing to get all of us on the same boat within a virtual platform, within the space of AI itself. And on that note, I want to end this conference, a 2-day conference around the fact of reconstructing self in the age of AI. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Come to an end of the session. So,
Audible or not audible?
Yeah, formally close this
Formally.
session for
thank
a
you.
moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.